Press 2 if you want to follow through. Press 3 if you're gay. Press 4 for a three-way. Think about who? Think about what? Let's think about sluts. Do they know they're sluts? Let's find out. As a disclaimer, you're a bitch, and you should feel like a bitch. Bake cookies and wank on 'em. Give the icing. So sticky. You should fuck. You should fuck men again and again. Even on a fun, even on a dip, even on a bad day. Even on a fun, even on a dip, even on a bad day. I go bend them over, slap the ass. I go bend them over, slap the ass. I go bend them over, slap the Hi, welcome. It's so good to see you. I hope you're having a good day, chat. Let me get the music on and we can hang out. I say let me get the music on. We got some YouTubers tagging along for today's stream, and you ain't gonna hear jack shit, unfortunately. But if you were on Twitch, you'd be hearing music right now, bitch. But how are you? Oh, thanks, Jan. I appreciate it. Let's go. We got a pro start for once. Yeah, you know we did. I've only been doing this 8 years. It's about fucking time. Sonny, thank you so much. I appreciate the 5 gifties. But yes, today we're doing a help and advice stream. So if you think I've got your life figured out more than you've got your life figured out, go ahead and ask away. We can problem solve. We can troubleshoot. I may swear at you, but I'm sure we'll come up with something useful between us. Oh, thanks for gifting Minty. Oh, and a lot of people it seems. Oh my god. Thank you, Ant-Man. Thank you. And Mason, thanks for the prime as well. Fetch! Oh, damn, I am getting the welcome of the fucking century. Thank you so much, Rain. Thank you. Everyone's going crazy. How's you been, girl? I have been traveling and enjoying the world, and it's been funny having a week to resettle in to my little cozy life in my little room. When I've been gallivanting in other countries and enjoying lots of people, when most of the people I see run on all fours at home, so I don't really see a lot of bipedal organisms. So it was really, really nice to hang out with people. Because believe it or not, I'm the tall one in my house. Mert! Oh, Mert, thanks for the 10 gifties, sweetheart. Any good food? I always eating good food. I've been making Pokeballs for myself. I've been having dinosaur time. Do you know what dinosaur time is? I learned about dinosaur time from the internet, and it's genius. But basically, it's like once a day, you just get a big wad, like a fat wad of spinach, and you just cram it all in your mouth and chew and swallow it. And you just do that once a day, and it's good for you. Okay? Just get it over. Get it over with. Just get the nutrients in you. Yeah. Dinosaur time. I must try it. Yeah, so basically I have like a bowl of food I have with like some mango, some tofu, some rice and lentils, some like bean salad with like loads of stuff in it, and a big watch of spinach. And what I normally do is I just get all on the fork. I just skewer every single leaf on top of each other until it's a fat stagger. Uh-uh. Are you looking forward to the new God of War? I don't think I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's gonna be an amazing game, but I don't think anything's gonna be as entertaining as just watching men crash out about it. Being like, a character I wouldn't want to fuck in this game, I would never. And what that really implies to me is that you're attracted to Kratos or whatever his name is. Who's the main character of that franchise? Who's the stripy eye guy, you know? He's got like the David Bowie makeup, but like after Twink Death. Kratos, yes. So like all that insinuates to me is that you find Kratos hot as fuck and you've been jorking it to him and you're like, a woman? Huh, what am I supposed to do with this? Like that this has been a porn game to you this whole time, and now it's all lost relevance because your dick softens at the mere sight of an adult woman who is in her husband's age range. To think. Ugh. Copy Zoli, thank you so much. I appreciate it. It looks really good, LMAO. And the funniest thing is, like, did we not grow up on, like, Tomb Raider and shit? Like, one of the most popular games that came out, like, one of the pioneering games, flagship games of the PS3, was Heavenly Sword. I was up that woman's ass. So much. Every backflip, we were seeing everything between everything. We were seeing between everything in there. And it's like, we've had female protagonists this whole fucking time. Are you okay? When did this become unacceptable all of a sudden? Kevsec, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yes, mob chat is open. Oh my god! I did not know he did that. So he's been. How long ago was that? Because clearly he's been doing Dino Time this whole time. I'm bad with names. He's Germa, right? Let me open that up so I can show chat. Wait, how the fuck do I open it up? Why isn't it doing that? Open it up. Let me get this up for you, chat. Because this is exactly what I've been doing. Oh, it's small. I'm gonna have to zoom in. Like, guys, this is dinosaur time. That right there is dinosaur time. Perfect. Your skin's gonna be glowing. Just do that once a day. Just chew it all up and swallow it. That's all you have to do. I love you. I love you. I love you. Do you have to do the same expression too? I mean, I kind of feel like having good form is an integral part of having a healthy body. So yes, I would do the facial expressions too. What? No cell phones, just living in the moment. Exactly. First of all it's ticks for all you represent. I've got genetic syndrome, which made me had 5 surgeries already, migraines and other shit. Random advice, please. Oh, okay. Kick it. What advice would I give you if you've had 5 surgeries and you're facing down a genetic syndrome? I'd say one of the coolest things that ever happened to me was meeting my therapist. And you'd think it would be because she did all the therapy on me and stuff, which she did, and it was really good. But also, she had a condition which made her struggle day to day. Some days she had a good day and she was more active than others, but most of the time she didn't have enough energy to leave the house or to stand for long periods of time, and she would randomly be bedridden with sheer exhaustion, right? And it was really tough on her, and it really limited her freedom in life and her mobility and her ability to just be independent and things. And she was much older than me, and I felt like I was looking at my future because I have a lot of conditions myself and they will progress over time. And so I looked at her and I was like, she is doing meaningful things that matter to her and to the people that she works with. And she has found a life that she loves, and she's made this beautiful, cozy home, and she has her dog. Her dog used to come and rest his head on me when we did therapy sessions and look up at me. I think he thought that all of her clients were just there to come and see him. And I was like, this is the life she built and it's awesome. And I had a few therapists before I found her and they hadn't really impacted me at all. And I kind of walked away like, well, therapy's kind of shit and I'm losing faith in therapy. And she was like the last therapist I saw and she completely changed my entire life. Everything she did and said just completely is the whole reason I'm here today and loving my existence, right? And she did all that at the hardest point in her existence. She did that, in the years that people like to call the sunset years, is when she did something so powerful and impactful and cool that I deeply admire. And I was like, this proves to me that no matter how hard life gets, no matter how challenging things get, no matter how limiting things get, there is always a way to build a life worth living for, a life worth suffering for. If you're gonna suffer either way, you might as well suffer while doing cool shit, right? If the choice is you suffer at home and you mope about it, or you suffer and you do awesome shit, I will choose the latter option if those are my only options. And I feel like noticing that and deciding that about myself carried my massive dick, my dick carried me through the hardest moments of my life when I didn't see the point anymore. And I was like, yeah, but it's still possible to build something awesome. I could be really, really limited and still build something I look forward to doing every single day. Like the guy who was in the iron lung his entire life, and all he could do was move his face. And he used his mouth to manipulate a pen and write books, and he watched TV and he wrote books and he played games and all sorts with his mouth. And he found a life worth living. He created uh, a, a reason to exist and experience the world, no matter how hard it got for him. And I think when you have chronic conditions, the most important thing that you can do is find that reason as early as you can. Maybe you don't have it yet, but it's possible to have one, so you should be looking for it because you may not need it today, but one day there's going to be a really, really awful day. One day there's going to be a day where you're just like, I don't see the point anymore. This is too much. And if you found that thing, it will drag your ass through broken glass to a day worth living for. Yeah, it's also one of the things that makes so there's a Japanese village who they have an unusually high amount of what they call centenarians, people who've lived beyond 100 years old. And one of the things culturally that they have in their village is their reason to live. They have a word for it, I've forgotten the word, but it means your reason to live. And for some, it was like, I look forward to getting up and spending time with my grandchildren. I live to be there for my grandchildren. Other people's like, I live to feed the village. I go out, I harvest the eels and the seaweed and the rice and the things, and I bring it back to the community center and we eat together, and I live to feed my village, you know? And some people were just like, I live to go fucking play golf and laugh at my friend who's shit at it. That's what I look forward to. I will keep living for as long as I can play golf. Doesn't have to be some serious shit, doesn't have to be profound. It just has to be the thing that you'll know you love no matter what happens. No matter how the rest of your day is, as long as you can do that thing is all good. A simple but effective philosophy. Yeah, go find the thing you love. And it doesn't have to be the meaning of your life, right? Because the meaning of your life will change over time. At one point, like being a parent might be the most meaningful thing you're doing with your life. And then one day they fly the nest, and you never know. The next thing might be your job, or it might be the volunteering that you do, or the charity work. It might be the games that you play. It might be the fucking movies you review on some shitty fucking website. It doesn't have to be something huge, but your most important and integral role, your most meaningful thing that you'll do every day, will probably shift. You don't have to pick just one. You just have to pick the one that makes sense right now. I need advice. I have psychosis, and the NHS sent me a strong worded letter after a mania episode that I'm subject to acceptable behavioral standards because they got offended from my auditory hallucinations. What should I do? Wow, that sounds like a really, really, really tough situation to be in. I'm so sorry you went through that. I do know that psychosis isn't something that you choose, and hallucinations aren't something that you choose, and therefore they're not something you can control. Bitch, that would be like me getting in trouble at a doctor's appointment for swearing. It's like, bitch, I have much choice in the matter. Either I get health care or I don't, and it's incumbent on you understanding what's going on with me, right? I think like the top thing that I would do from here if you're reliant on the NHS right now and they are like your lifeline and they're providing things like medication, services, and links to things you need for your condition, and they're also simultaneously not understanding of your condition, it might be time to see if you can find an advocate. I don't know if you have one yet, bitch, but you can fuck dads. You can find them. Quite often charities have them. So my mom had quite a few disabilities that she struggled with in her life before she passed away last year. And she did actually go to a local charity that provided advocacy. And she would go to meetings with them and they would help collate all of the letters that she had received from like the benefits people and her doctors and assessment people, like fucking Atos and stuff like that, right? And they would compile it, they'd have a file on her, they'd keep track of where she's at in her status for all the things she applied for and all the things she need. And whenever she wasn't getting where she needed to be, they understood the system and they knew the best way to confront the system and make it work for her. And whenever she caught a snag and didn't understand why something wasn't working properly or why she wasn't getting the help she needed, they would step in and be like, bitch, that ain't normal. And we know what to do. We've gotten people the money they deserve, all the medicine that they need in this situation before. Leave it to us. And they would advocate on their behalf. And this might help you in that if you're having episodes where you're not thinking clearly, it might be even harder if your grip on reality is not consistent to be able to consistently provide healthcare professionals and stuff with the information they need and interact with them in the way that they expect. But maybe you can outsource that one to somebody who can do those things. So that's not a responsibility that falls on you anymore. So that I would start there if I were you. And I hope that helps you. I really do. It does loads? Yeah, go look for an advocate. Look for a good advocate. And if you're not very good at doing research, I guess this is one of the helpful things for AI. So if you, like me, have a short attention span and a few memory issues and can get a little bit turned around when looking for certain things like ChatGPT and stuff can be useful for finding things in your area. So if you said like, I just need a mental health advocate who can help me navigate using the NHS and seeking out resources that are helpful to me. I'm pretty sure that prompt will probably help you find someone in your local area that you can go to in person or someone online. Maybe it's further afield. Maybe there is no one in your area, but there's a charity that, helps people in the UK that you can have video calls with and things. And that might be a helpful way to turn. Citizens Advice Bureau. So, what I will say with the Citizens Advice Bureau is if the NHS is not being very understanding of auditory hallucinations and mental health issues, I don't think that the random volunteers at the Citizens Advice Bureau will necessarily be an easier option. Because the NHS is full of medical professionals who should understand how this all works. Citizens Advice is a bunch of volunteers. They're just random people. They're not trained to deal with somebody in that situation, and that can lead to a lot of misunderstanding. So even though that service is available and you can totally go for it, it wouldn't be my first option if I was suffering with any kind of mental health. Also, they can be really tricky, long waits and real big challenges getting help. What's your opinion on treating trauma with ayahuasca and a shaman who guides you through self-realization and love? Okay, so I've never done ayahuasca, but I have experience with shamans. I grew up in a field, a meadow with a bunch of hippies. who would celebrate solstice and would sing thousands of years old songs from the time before the Romans invaded. And we had druids and shit drinking mead out of horns and everything. So I have a little bit of experience with that kind of thing. But we do have two other. Oh my god, I missed the $10 dono from the. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I can't see your. I might have to do the old people thing and get my glasses on to read that out and thank you before I go into the ayahuasca talk. Oh, I didn't miss it? Oh, good. Well, it made me aware enough that maybe I need glasses because I was really fucking squinty. Well, thank you. And Vivrine Pikes, I've probably said your name wrong, but like if you're waiting, I will get to you. I absolutely have something for you, but I'm just gonna do this one first. So with the ayahuasca and shamans thing, I have some experience with shamans. And I also know a little something that you may not know about neural trimming. So there is a lot of discussion behind the science of overdosing massive amounts of hallucinogenics to help aid in an ego death. Usually, the reason why people are most excited about doing drugs about trauma, they're like, oh, I'm traumatized, better go do some drugs about it, is because these massive, massive trips cause neural trimming. So, the mechanism and the science underlying these trips is that they cause your neurons to be pruned. They cause minor brain damage, essentially. And when people are either deeply depressed or deeply insecure and they haven't found a mode of therapy or self growth that has changed their thought patterns and behavior, and their thought patterns and behavior are still there, sometimes these trips, they trim away old behavioral patterns because they've damaged your brain, but the brain is plastic enough to start rebuilding afterwards. So it's not like you just permanently lose shit. The thought process behind it is meant to be that you rebuild the new pathways in the brain where the old ones were. Which ones, the new ones, hopefully, will be more beneficial to you. No guarantee, by the way, that that's the case, but if you've got the space to regrow, it might be easier to wipe away old bad patterns. And the reason why it's more men who find this appealing than women is because usually it's your concept of self that needs to die when you've built a terrible concept of self, when you've built a selfish, self-centered, destructive sense of self. An ego death can be really, really useful, right? Because you are resetting a terrible person. But the thing is with women is that usually when they go on a spiritual journey and they want to reinvent themselves, it's more common for women to have put everyone else first. So they might have put their kids' needs first and not developed a sense of identity because they just leaned into being a mom, and being a mom was everything they were, or being a wife was everything they were. Or maybe they keep ending up with terrible people and overgiving to people who are just takers. And it's more common for women to build a sense of self, to have never built a sense of self, rather than have built a destructive one. Like a lot of guys who are like angry, destructive, violent, addicted, these sorts of things, really building a really bad pattern, not very good at making friends and holding connections. These people built a sense of self, it's just a shitty one. So it makes sense that it benefited them to destroy it. Whereas people who never built a sense of self, never discovered who they were, never discovered what kind of clothes they want to wear, what kind of person they want to be, or what kind of things they like, because they were so running on empty, pouring all of themselves into others, they have no ego to kill. And so, like, the whole idea of like doing hallucinogenics and doing mild brain damage about it, it's not applicable to every single person in every single situation. And the thing with hallucinogenics is that there's no way to guarantee whether or not you end up in permanent psychosis. And there are a lot of people who use hallucinogenics and certain kinds of drugs, and it changes them and they are never fixed. And so like it's more obvious with certain drugs, like there's a horror kind of drug, what's it called? Datura. So Datura is a nightmare drug. It leaves you in a permanent nightmare for the rest of your life. You will be on a permanent drug trip. You will never come down. You will just go insane. You will see horrifying things all day, every day. And so there are drugs that, most people just know it will ruin your life, right? But other drugs, it depends on who's taking it. So you might be fine and you might really recommend it to your friend, and your friend might go and end up in a mental institute for the rest of their life. And so, because there's no guarantee with this particular method, it's not one that I really recommend to people because there are so many things you can do about trauma. There are so many things you can do about, having a bad ego. Ego is good, but having a bad ego, well, these things, there's so many things you could do about it. Before you gamble your entire brain, you just roll the dice because that is RNG. Like, you have to roll, you do not know whether you're gonna get a 1 and you just end up with brain damage and psychosis, or, like, you roll a 9 and you're just happy from there on out after and you skip into the sunset and you don't have any problems anymore. There's no way to know. And like, talking therapy, for example, is nowhere near that level of a gamble. So, with that said, I would say it's probably the biggest gamble for a reward you could get without gambling anything at all, from my perspective. You are trusting the RNG to just luck out on that one. But yeah, Vivrine, sweetheart, you said, maybe you can help me. I've lost hope in myself. What should I do? So a lot of people who've lost hope in themselves have lost faith in their ability, their capacity. So like when you trust yourself, you're like, we've been through bad things together, me and myself. Like my inner self has carried me through every terrible thing that I've ever been through, and we've turned out okay. So I trust myself that however things go, I'll be all right in the end. And that level of trust in yourself can be broken when you fail yourself, when you betray yourself. And so a lot of people who've lost hope have kept trying and trying and trying and not succeeded yet, and have broken their own trust with themselves. Not just like it can be trust with others and the people around you, but often with yourself. And sometimes when you trust other people and you look to other people for support and they break your trust, you lose trust in yourself too, because you don't trust yourself to know a trustworthy person from an untrustworthy person. And it puts you in this position where it's like, I don't know how to trust anyone because I don't know how to trust my own judgment, right? So, at its core, a loss of hope is when you don't trust yourself. And the only way that you can ever really build a good portfolio to be trusted with the responsibility of living and being yourself anymore is by going out there and trying again, which sucks if you've had poor results over and over. But I can say, like, even though it really hurts to hear that the only one who can really fix this is you, it's true because motivation isn't a feeling, it's a decision. So you're not going to feel motivated. No one's going to wake you up in the morning and seduce you into fixing your life and just make you want to fix your life tomorrow. It's going to be a bunch of small decisions that gravitate into big decisions, and all of those decisions along the way are probably going to suck and feel icky and not so fun. So you're going to have to decide to build a portfolio. And I had to make this decision. I had to do this a long time ago. I kept trying to build a life and it kept failing over and over. So like when I was a little kid, I was home educated and I begged my mom to go to school because I wanted to have a future. And I was like looking around and we had really shitty circumstances and we didn't always have access to food and our house was falling apart and we were really fucking poor. And I was like, this will be my life forever unless I get control. And I can get control by having a good job. I can get control by having a good future. I can create the stability we never had. But in order to go and do that, fuck off. I had to go, I had to go and get a good job. So when I was a little girl, I was like, please send me to school. I was like maybe 8, 9, 10. I was begging. I was like, please send me to school because then I can get qualifications. And if I can get qualifications, I can get out of here. And so my mom sent me to school and we were traveling around. I kept being yoinked from school to school. And then finally, when I did settle in a school for a serious amount of time for me, which was like maybe 9, 8 months, it all exploded. I had a really bad time of it because of my Tourette's, which wasn't diagnosed, caused a lot of trouble, ended up being beaten unconscious, woke up with loads of broken bones, was like, there's no point in getting an education if I'm not going to survive to use it. So I was like, fuck, at ground zero. And I spent 4 or 5 years agoraphobic, terrified to leave the house because people used to attack me for my Tourette's because no one understood what was going on and I couldn't tell them because I didn't know what was going on. And so I was stuck in the house all day, every day, desperate to have a future, having no idea how. And I used to draw a lot because I was like, maybe I could sell art and maybe I wouldn't even have to leave the house and maybe I could still build an income one day when I'm an adult from art. So I used to draw a lot and create a lot of things at home, but I didn't really know how that was going to turn into a job because I was too scared to leave the fucking house. And so then I decided I wanted to go to university and I brought my portfolio of drawings to university. I was like, I don't have any A levels, I don't have any GCSEs, but I think if I stay at home all day and have no friends and have nothing in my life, I think I'm just going to kill myself. So I really do need to try something. And so I showed my portfolio and they're like, yeah, we'll take you and you can do your A levels alongside your course. So I did that. And then I was hit with a bunch of really horrible health problems and I was passing out and having seizures and just having a really bad time of it. And I was incredibly poor. I was starving. I lost so much weight, my butt cheeks didn't meet anymore. And I still had the Tourette's, which was causing a lot of interpersonal problems that I couldn't resolve either. So I was terrified. I had a severe anxiety disorder, panic attacks, seizures. I was starving and I was just going through hell. And then I got a boyfriend, and he, after a few years, became incredibly abusive. And as a matter of survival, I needed to just throw away my life and start again somewhere new. And this meant I had to leave my course. So I spent all of that time suffering and trying so fucking hard to drag myself out of poverty. And I ended up back at square one in a council house on benefits. Terrified to leave the house again, and with no prospects of a future and no job. And I was like, fuck, okay. And now I'm in my early 20s and I have an anxiety disorder still. And I still haven't had my Tourette's diagnosed. I still have no idea why I keep shouting at everyone and calling them a bitch. And my life was completely lost. And I had been beaten and battered. I had lost so much. And I had never, ever been able to build that stability and safety that I'd been desperately craving for. It's the only thing I fucking wanted. I just wanted some stability. And so, mid-20s, still hadn't got it. And every time I walked towards a project or something that could get me there, it was one step forward and 5 fucking million times step back and a few broken ribs. So I didn't know how I was going to keep trying. And every day I used to have a hope and I used to imagine a life that I wanted and say, when my life is like that, everything will be fine. I just have to figure out how to get there. But I got to a point where I was like, I don't think I'll ever get that life. I don't think people like me ever climb out of this hole. I just don't think there's any avenue for people like me. And so I didn't even know why I was still trying, but I did. I was like, I'm gonna die anyway. I might as well keep trying. Life is short. I don't have to hold on for very long because life is just always too short no matter what. So if I'm gonna die anyway, might as well not rush it, might as well just keep trying. And I did. And I did and I did and I did. Until I found a hobby and I monetized that hobby and I made a business. And then after that, I found another hobby, which was gaming and streaming, which turned into another business. And my life got incredibly comfortable and stable from there. And suddenly I had the friends, the diagnosis, the understanding of what was going on with me the whole time. And I look forward to every day and I have the peace I've always wanted and I share it because I create stability for a bunch of animals who had a hard start in life too. And so I think that it was worth it, but at the point where I kept trying, where it finally worked out, I'd already lost all sight of what I was even trying to hope for. I wasn't really hoping for a specific thing anymore. I didn't even know if it was possible. I just thought it might as well try. I've got nothing to lose. And so I think that sometimes you just have to keep trying and you just have to keep building, even when it sucks, even when you don't know why anymore. How did you have the courage to stream after hardship? I kind of feel like all the things that make streaming scary are inherently just aspects I've always had to face. So I dealt with stalkers and people being invasive and judgmental and cruel my whole life. So what would being in front of a camera change? I've had to deal with creepy men my whole life. So what about being in front of a camera would change? I've been judged really harshly and negatively for my condition my whole life. So, what would being in front of a camera change? All of the negative fallout, all the things that I would have to fear about being in front of the camera would happen to me even if I never streamed at all. So, I wasn't really gambling as much as the average person at all. So, I don't know that I had to gather the courage at any point. I didn't really feel like that. My existence is inherently vulnerable. Like, every time I leave the house, someone could think that I'm attacking them. Someone could think that I was doing something terrible and hurt me. I could crash a car. There are so many bad things. You don't understand how dangerous Tourette's is. It's always vulnerable to leave the house, to take a train, to get on a plane. It's always vulnerable to try and buy some food from a shop. It was vulnerable that whole time. People were paying attention to me and judging me the whole time. So all I'd be gambling by streaming is people judging me, people misunderstanding my condition. And that happened anyway. What did I have to lose? Asteria says, maybe something you or people in chat can help with, but I have an interview at my dream company, third one, all separate positions. Didn't get the first two. And now, I'm convinced I just suck at interviews. Any advice? I can be pretty awkward and shy when I'm nervous, which definitely does not help. Okay, so with me, I know my strengths and weaknesses, and I build on my weaknesses. If you think, oh, I'm a bit shy and awkward in interviews, all of the world's knowledge is at your fingertips at a click of a button. You can literally just ask the internet how to be less awkward at interviews. And you will get so much advice on how to be less shy, how to be less scared, how to settle your nerves, how to enjoy the process, how to worry less. Yeah, like interviews are like a skill and you can buff that one. It's not like a permanent definite deficit of yours. But also for me, I know I have deficits like poor memory and things like this. And I'm very honest about them. I don't try to fix them anymore because I know it's neurological and not something that's just a quirk that I can build on. I have like debuffs that are permanent. No amount of training will remove them because I have a damaged brain. And so what I do is I'm open about them and I put myself in situations where it won't matter. But so like if someone's like, "Hey, I actually interacted with you 3 weeks ago," I'll be like, "Oh, I don't remember that. I don't remember anybody. I don't remember anything. But I'm glad I got to see you again. And it's good to see you because you're actually really nice. So I'm glad that wasn't the only time." And I'm just honest about it. I don't go like, "Hey, you? Of course I remember you." Like, I just lean in and I'm like very open about what I can't fix. I'm relaxed about it. And if something about you, like if you're inherently awkward and they're like, "We don't want an awkward person," then that's not where you belong. And your dream job will come, but it's a job where you're allowed to be awkward and you just don't know it yet. Interviews are where I collapse into myself and I could barely get out my words. The people gave off a vibe which made me feel comfortable. And I've also had interviews where, oh, so sometimes you're good and sometimes you're not. Is that really a you problem then? Or are you just not gelling with the people? Like, if some people put you at ease and you're fine, and then other interviews, you're not fine, isn't that your nervous system saying, hey, we don't want to work with these people forever? They're actually pretty nasty. I don't know if that's actually a failing. I think that's just a filter, my sweet. I am also a socially awkward engineer. Amazing. Well, I'm glad you're making friends in chat, bitch. But like, that kind of proves that socially awkward engineers can make it through the interview process. You're gonna get your time, and you have many many opportunities and chances to interview. This won't be the only one. You can't control the outcome. All you can control is what you do about it and how you feel about it. It's all you can control. So relax. Nothing is under control. And seeing as you can't dictate how this will go in any way except preparing, I don't think it's like this big, huge deal. And the best way I can put it is like there were things that I used to want when I was young desperately. And I never got them when I grew up, and I'm really fucking glad that I didn't, because if I had, my life would be nowhere near this awesome. So, like, I was training for years to be an animator. That was the job I was getting a degree in. And I'm not an animator. Thank fuck. Because animation is collapsing under the pressures of AI. Like, why pay an animator so much money and take 3 years to build something that could be just typed into a computer in 3 seconds? And so I would have been fucked if that was the lifeline I tried to build my stability on. Isn't it good that I never got my dream job? So, regardless of whether you get it or not, you can still have an awesome future. You don't have to take it as seriously. This is just an opportunity. There will be more. Magnum Afterlife said for a year, recently our joint friend with benefits died. And I don't know whether to go to the funeral. I want to be there, one, to support my friends, and two, to celebrate Sebastian's life and who he was as a person. But I don't think I've met anyone there before, and so I'm worried I will be awkward with my ex. So I don't know what to do. I think in this thing you've got to really understand that a funeral isn't for the dead, it's for you. But it is treats o'clock, so I will finish that statement as soon as I fuck. As soon as I have fed my beautiful bunnies. It only takes 2 minutes. I realized I forgot the camera. Oh, and I'm kicking the bunny. He's honking and running rings about me. So let me just do the bunny cam. You'll get yours in a minute. I'll be right back. Honk. Yes, yes, yes. It's coming. Okay. Is the other cam working? Because if not, I can just do it on the main camera. Okay. Let's do it here then. Hey, time. My baby. Here, my baby. And your little tongue. Spin you around a little. He's going on his comfy little rug. There we go. Bitch! But yeah, I'm pretty sure Sebastian will not give a fuck whether you turn up to your funeral. I don't mean that in a rude way, but whether you believe in an afterlife or not, here's how I would take it if I had just died and the people who were mourning me were considering whether or not to show up. And it's like, do whatever the fuck makes you comfortable. Like, even if I was in some afterlife looking and watching, I wouldn't be stood there like, wait, where's this person? Where's that person? I would just be like, I've got an eternity to think about. Okay? And so I don't think that I would be the kind of person who'd be like, I know it's going to be awkward and uncomfortable and you're not going to really understand what to do and all this sort of stuff and you're going to hate it, but you have to be there. You have to witness me. You have to stare at my coffin, you bitch. Otherwise, I'll resent you forever. Ah. Like, I don't think I'd ever feel that way about you. If I cared about you and loved you and were worth grieving in the first place, I want you to do whatever the fuck you feel comfortable doing. And so you gotta think, like, will it help you to go say goodbye to Sebastian? Because if so, don't let anyone he's connected to make that awkward for you. Don't let them steal that from you and make it awkward. Don't let them have that much control over you. I might have to feel some awkward feelings. Yeah, but it's pretty awkward to regret not going to a funeral for the rest of your life. So if it would have meant something to you as a human being, not to Sebastian, if it would have meant something to you to be there, people only get a funeral once. This is Sebastian's only fucking funeral. So if you need to be there to say goodbye, if you want to be there to pay your respects on that day, because you can repay your respects to Sebastian any fucking day, you know? If it's going to mean anything to Sebastian, whatever you believe, I'm pretty sure he won't mind if you come to the grave after the funeral to say the things you want to say alone. You could totally do that too. So like, this is just a matter of if the funeral means things to you as a human being, not to him, not to your ex or anyone else you're avoiding at that place, to you, okay? If you want to be there, be there. And as Exit Clarkstone says, I am 25 and I've only slept with escorts. I feel fine physically, but I have this lingering emptiness and guilt. I fear I messed up, as I now see women as products or expect them to be selfish. I wish I could fix that for you, but I don't know how I can. The beauty of knowing that you have an issue is it might feel like an insecurity, but the truth is it's just you seeing your potential. And I think deep down, the reason why the way you currently live doesn't sit right with you is because you see the potential to be more. You see what you currently are and you're like, that isn't right. I could be better. And I think you know that because you're asking me advice, right? And I'm not going to sit here. I don't think it's my place. I think it would be kind of degrading for me as a woman to be begging you to see me as a person and not an object to fuck, and begging you to see my positive qualities as a possessor of feminine attributes. I don't think that's my place at all. But if you haven't figured out how to relate to women and how to connect with them outside of a sexual transaction, but you'd like to, that is, it's never too late to achieve that. Absolutely. Bitch, you can fuck off. You can go to therapy. I think therapy would be a really good place to start. Because therapy is where you go when you know there's a problem with your behavior, but you haven't figured out how to correct it by yourself. And we are our own parents. We parent ourselves through everything. We support ourselves, we listen, we talk, we give this inner monologue, we coach ourselves through every situation we're going through, good and bad. But sometimes we just cannot parent ourselves through everything. We don't have the parental advice to carry us through every scenario. And you've met this impasse and you're like, fuck, how do I see women differently? I know I should, don't know how. I think that a therapist would be the answer here. Absolutely. To be like, I want to change my attitudes and I want to build real connections, but I don't know how. And you totally deserve the ability to. I'm not gonna fuck off. I'm not gonna judge you for it. I'm just gonna say, like, it's good you see the potential for more. Go get it. And if you're happy to pay for sex, then I don't see why it'd be too much of a leap to pay for help and advice and guidance. So I don't think this will be a particularly hard leap for you because you've already paid to open yourself up in pretty intimate ways. So some people have a struggle going and seeing a therapist, but I don't know. This is less intimate than what the connections you've been paying for. So good luck with that. But that's where I would start. I'm addicted to blueberries. I think you're fine. I don't think anyone in the history of ever has died of a blueberry overdose. So good for you. I mean, it's full of vitamin C's and lots of what's it called? Those protective things that stop the invaders from wrecking your DNA. What's that called again? Like blueberries protect you from free radicals. So, yeah, antioxidants. There you go. I don't think you need fixing, honey. Enjoy your blueberries. Lol cow. Lol cow. Should I break up from my girlfriend? She kind of emotionally cheated on me and we have lived together for almost 7 months? Question mark. Bitch, I love her a lot and I've spent almost like thousands of dollars for her, yet I feel like she isn't trying much, but she is trying her best. I think at the point where you are asking a random streamer if you should break up with your partner, you already know that you should break up with your partner. Bitch! But let's break it down, okay? First start, will you feel like you lost this money that you invested in the relationship if you break up? Because I feel like you should only ever give people things you're willing to lose. And you should give for the sake of giving because you want them to be happy about receiving. You should never feel like you're never truly giving if you can feel used or taken from. So, like, it's only an act of kindness and love, and it's only non transactional and non selfish if you're like, yeah, I'll give you this $1,000 because I want you to have $1,000. You never give someone $1,000 that you cannot lose, even if you're lending it, even if they promise to give it back one day. You never lend more money than you can afford to lose. Okay? Bitch! But the next thing is, I kind of feel like once you've been cheated on, there's no going back. So if she broke the boundaries of your relationship, self-indulgently, for her own reasons, for her own pleasure and enjoyment at your expense, it's already over. You're gonna spend the rest of your life looking over your shoulder, bitch, hoping she doesn't poke, peg, that she doesn't break your heart again and break your trust again. And there are people out there who don't have to try to be loyal and not betray you. Like, this is the thing. So I always advise this to people who have been cheated on. Respect is what you give strangers. Okay? So, like, if I'm eating crisps on a train and they're really loud, crunchy chips, they're like shrapnel. They go, it sounds like someone breaking all their bones, right? And this one's studying like 2 feet away from me. Like, and I look over and I see that they're sat there trying to study. They ain't got no earphones in, nothing. And I'm like, I can eat the loud crisps when I get home. It's only 20 minutes till I get home. I do not need to crunch in this person's ear while they're trying to build their future, right? That's respect. That's how you respect someone. You consider how they make them feel before you act, okay? Exactly. So you can give that to a stranger. You can give that to someone who you don't even know nothing about. Okay? So respect comes is easy. It comes before love. Okay? That's what I'm getting at here. Before you've ever loved someone or even been friends with them, it's really easy to respect them. If you disrespect people, you fucking hate them. Okay? You don't love the people you disrespect. You just don't. So if she has to try to respect you, she doesn't love you. If it doesn't viscerally hurt her, the idea of hurting you, she doesn't love you. And you can't trust her because she will happily hurt you to indulge herself for something she doesn't need. And so, like, there is no point getting back with people who cheat. And the thing is, they can improve, they can change. People can improve and change. But if they loved you, they would never want you to put your head on the chopping board to prove it. So, like, you have to gamble something. You have to risk something. You have to risk that they're lying and that they're just going to screw you over again. But if she changes and develops as a human being and starts at ground zero and has a good track record with this person and never betrays them, her future relationship, they're not going to have to put their neck on the chopping board. They don't going to have to gamble anything the way you are. So if somebody loves you, they're like, I don't want you to forever feel scared of getting hurt again. That is not a price I am worth because your well-being is more important than my desire to possess you. Okay? Real love is selfless. So anybody who cheated on you wouldn't want you to stay. They would want better for you. Okay? So no one who's ever cheated on you is worth keeping, ever. Because life's too short to waste loads of time looking over your shoulder, hoping you will get stabbed in the back again, when there's people out there who would just never stab you in the first place. And they're more common than not. So people who cheat on you are unworthy of your love. They're unworthy of love until they fix themselves. So don't keep her. And you already knew that because there's no way you'd be asking whether you should break up with her if you didn't already know you should break up with her. It's like watching your house burn down and then logging onto Twitch and asking, hey, Sweet Anita, should I put this out? You already know. But Scyther Play says, what if during giving I didn't do anything expected back, but when I needed bare minimum support, I don't get it, and now my brain is reminding me that my efforts were in vain. I kind of feel like if your relationship, if two people aren't meeting in the middle and you're putting in more than the other person, I think that's fair. I think, but I don't think that money is a good measure of that. I feel like if you're there for her emotionally and you take time to understand her and be there for her, and she's just not doing that for you. If you're turning up in the relationship and celebrating birthdays, but she's not celebrating yours, these sorts of things, then yeah, like it's mismatched. And if you need somebody who matches that energy and she's not volunteering it, the worst part is if you sit there and go, bitch, I fuck dads, I basically say, hey, I want someone who celebrates my birthday. I want someone who supports me emotionally. And you're just not that person. And I'm thinking about breaking up. And then suddenly they turn around and they're the perfect partner. You'll hate them more. You'll hate them more. This isn't a solvable situation because if she could fix it when you threatened to leave, it means she knew how to do this the whole time. She just didn't think you deserved it. So it might be time to walk away. Hi, I'm 27, work hard in construction. Oh, wait, I skipped one. Sorry, I'll get to you. I need advice about what to do with the situation. This girl keeps flirting with my boyfriend and touching his arms and has tried to kiss him in front of me. And of course, he has pushed her off and told her that he has no interest in her, and she keeps hitting on him and saying rude things about my face and body. What do I do? You need to have a word with him. Because if I had a girlfriend and some girl was doing that to me, or if I had a boyfriend and someone was doing this to me in front of my partner, I would be outraged for my partner as well. But get the fuck off me. I would block them. I would not put myself in situations with them. If we had a group of friends, I'd be like, this person is sexually assaulting me and being really horrible to my girlfriend. Why do you like her? Why are we still inviting her places? This isn't okay. She is a creep, right? Because this isn't a normal level of boundary pushing. This is assault. And she's bullying you. She's just being an awful bitch. And so, like, what in this situation, like, why isn't he doing more about this? He's rejecting her, but has he blocked her? Has he ostracized her from the friend group? Has he dealt with her? She's attacking both of you in different ways. She's sexually assaulting your partner, and she is literally bullying you. Like, wherever it is that this woman keeps turning up, it needs to stop. And so, like, I feel like this is a situation for your partner to solve. Like, why are we still going places where she is? Why are we still hanging out with her? How is she getting more opportunities to do this? Because that is the next step. You need to stop those opportunities from happening ever. Indeed, is he actually rejecting her or only acting like it? There's a difference. He should indeed take more concrete action. If it bothers you that doesn't pan out, then you have your answer and you should leave. Yeah, I mean, I don't think leaving or breaking up is the solution to everything, but in this situation, like, if he's not willing to take those steps, I would ask if he's enjoying it. Like, are you really upset about this happening? If you're not going to prevent it happening, it's like, okay, this girl who keeps trying to kiss me is going to try and kiss me again. Let's go hang out with her again. Like, nobody does that. Just so it does need to end. It does. And you're perfectly valid for not liking this. But someone said, the person, literally someone, someone said, hi, I'm 27 and I work hard in construction and I hit the gym after long days. I've been going through tough relationships and I'm trying to grow. Any compassionate advice on a healthy connections would mean a lot. I kind of feel like we're all gradually learning how to be better friends and how to be better partners and how to be better relatives. I think that's never finished work. And the fact that you still know you have some ways to go is awesome. I will say that if you don't have a lot of time and you work long days and then you spend that spare time in the gym, where is the time to connect with people? where is the time to be a good partner or friend? Where is the time and energy to learn and grow with them? And I feel like sometimes you don't have to turn up and be perfect. You just have to turn up and be honest sometimes. Honesty isn't great in every scenario, but like an example would be, I know you're going through a lot. I have no idea how to support you. And I want to be a good boyfriend, but I don't know what you do in these circumstances. I don't know how to be here for you. And so I stand here awkwardly and silently, and I know you need support, but I'm just stood here. And I feel bad about that. And I feel like it's not the right response. But if you can tell me what you would like from me, maybe it's a hug, maybe it's to listen, maybe it's advice. Maybe it's a distraction. Whatever it is you need, please tell me because I want that skill. And I feel like that would be so much better than standing there awkwardly while your girlfriend cries and be like, I don't know what you want me to say. Okay? And so sometimes just saying, "Hi, I want to be a really good friend right now." No idea what to say, dude. Like, I feel like that's okay. There are gonna no matter how good you are at this shit, there are gonna still be times where you're like, "I've never been in this situation, please help." Do you prefer a pool party or a nightclub? I'll be honest with you, I'm 36, mate. Neither. I don't wanna be stewing in a bowl of people's soup. You know, I don't wanna be in water that's touched other people's buttholes right as we're speaking, no. But I also I'll go to a club every now and again. Special occasion or whatever. It's okay in tiny, very spaced out doses. But if I was like, I have a week vacation, I can do anything with that time, a club would be the last thing on the list. But that's just because they're not bad. I just don't socialize that way. Ah, thank you so much. I appreciate it. I appreciate the 10 months, sweetheart. Um, so like a lot of clubs, I'm gonna get hit on. I don't enjoy being hit on. I'm not I don't like when men flirt with me. I don't like nothing, none of it. No. So, like, I know that's gonna happen in a club because it's an acceptable place for that to happen. People go there hoping that will happen, and I don't. So it's the wrong space for me because some of the things that people do to try get laid make me want to punch them in the face. So like I don't belong there. I also am a terrible dancer, and I love talking to people, and I can't talk to people in a club because it's too loud. So like it's not the place for me. Unless I want to go to prison. Not the place for me. Unless I'm doing prison speed run. Anywhere but the clubs. Matt Blues, thank you so much for the prime. Do you prefer a sleeping bag or a hammock? I'll be honest with you, I don't think I've ever done a hammock. But it looks comfier than a sleeping bag, to be honest with you. What should I do to get laid? Wax your butt hair. Learn to cook. Uh, and respect people's boundaries. The trick with sleeping people, if you want to do one night stands with women and you're a man, you're gonna have to accept that men are dangerous. So you have to be a safe man to deserve sex. You have to be the kind of person a woman confidently can go home with who isn't going to stab them in their sleep or wear their vagina as a merkin after it's been skinned off their body. Like, because that is always a gamble, and sex is just not good enough to gamble that with. There's vibrators now. Nobody needs to be risking their life for a lay. So you have to be able to sleep with people who are gambling their life to sleep with you. And the way that you do that is you let everything be their idea. You be super respectful. You know, you offer gently and you let the woman take the lead because horny women exist and assertive women exist. And if you go for assertive women who make the first moves, who make all the choices, who decide when and where it happens, and it's all under her control, she's the one who's risking everything. Statistically, she is the one who's taking the bigger risk. So she should be able to decide. And if you go for assertive women who are into casual sex and you don't lie about anything like your intentions and you don't sleaze your way into it and you don't use pickup lines and bullshit and you do it all honestly with people who enthusiastically just want to do a casual hookup, you will get many, many, many casual hookups. Abso-fucking-lutely. But if you make it into a trick where you're like trying to schmooze some woman and make her think that you're interested in a relationship when you're not into a relationship, or like you're using some pickup artist bullshit or whatever, you're exaggerating traits you don't have or whatever, you're not gonna get laid. People are gonna laugh at you. People are gonna be disgusted with you. You're gonna develop a reputation because women talk. You know, we go to the bathroom together for a reason. So if you try to be a nasty man who like gets sex from women who wouldn't really give it to you if they were sober, and do shady shit like that, then you'll get blacklisted. There will be a cutoff point where nobody in your town wants to fuck you because all the people who are into casual sex have already been told what kind of person you are and how they're gonna regret it. So yeah, like that is the step by step. And someone says step one, be hot, but I kind of disagree because a lot of the time when I meet a really drop dead gorgeous woman, she's usually with, I don't know, a guy who looks like a bit of gum from the back of the couch with lint stuck to it. Like, most of the hottest women I ever know are not with supermodel husbands and boyfriends. That's really uncommon. And so I'm just gonna lay it out there. I don't think that being hot is the way to get lots of sex. Also, with women specifically, it makes you less approachable because a lot of men will go for women and approach women that they think will say yes. And so, if you're a 10 out of 10, a lot of men are too scared to approach you and assume you wouldn't want them. And so, paradoxically, there is a tier of hotness where you get approached and laid less. And usually, there are a lot of really outlandishly hot women who have A, no idea that they're hot because barely anyone ever hits on them, and B, are deeply insecure because everyone's paying attention to them and everyone's like really monitoring them because they grab a lot of attention because they're hot, but they don't know why because everyone just assumes they know they're hot, so they don't get as many compliments and shit like this. Like, there is a tier of hotness where that happens. And so paradoxically, I would say, like, no, being hotter isn't the get into people's pants free card that you think it is. I kind of doubt women are sexually confident enough to take the lead, or is it like, or like it doesn't match the idea of how sex is supposed to go? Thoughts? I kind of feel like men project that onto women a lot, but as a woman who makes the first move, I know a lot of other women who make the first move. And I also know that like plenty of women are assertive. I think like the barrier is that men are really frightened of them. Like if a beautiful woman hits on a man, he's terrified. He doesn't know what to do. He's genuinely terrified. We come across that quite a lot. I think that like, that's more of a barrier than the idea that there just aren't very assertive women. There are so many assertive women. I'm sorry. Any advice on how to trust someone again after my girlfriend walked out on me because of my depression years ago? I kind of feel like you can never really trust people's behavior. You can never really control other people's behavior. Even if you get with someone who's trustworthy now, they might change because people change. So there are no guarantees in life. Every single human that you ever get with is going to be a gamble. Every single one of them. And if you just trust yourself to be able to handle it no matter how things go, if you're able to look at yourself and go, yeah, I've gone through breakups before and it was really painful, but I turned out fine. Yeah, not every relationship is designed to live forever, and it's always going to hurt to lose someone you love, but I will be fine. And I think we need to come to that point in our lives because everyone you ever love will either die or leave you. Like, and that's such a hard thing to face, but loss is not something you can control. And whether other people leave you is not something you can control. Even if you do everything right, they could just die and you'd still lose them, or you could do everything right and still get cheated on, or something like that. There's no guarantee. And you're not able to spot every terrible person because people lie. Bad people just lie about who they are. They make you think they're a good person first, so they can do the terrible thing to you. So it's not like you can just become brilliant at judging people and just avoid ever being broken up with again. I don't think that's how it works. The way that you love in a carefree 100% way is you realize that, yeah, it could go wrong, but it's worth loving people and laughing and going places and celebrating birthdays with people and, going on holiday with people, building memories, even if it doesn't last forever. Because life is worth living even though it doesn't last forever. Things aren't important because they are permanent. In fact, the opposite is true. Everything is really incredibly important because you only get a tiny taste of it before it disappears. And so you'll have no idea when your next relationship will end. You will have no idea. Maybe you'll die together. Maybe you'll break up after, or maybe like one of you will cheat, or maybe one of you will need to go and do a job overseas and have no choice. And that just ends the relationship. It could be neither of you does anything wrong. One of you does, or both of you does. There's just no guarantees. And if you need guarantees to be in a relationship, you'll never enjoy another relationship again. You just won't. So if you don't know how to trust again, that's okay. Don't. Just trust yourself instead and be like, I love this. This is amazing. I hope it lasts forever. But if it doesn't, I'll pick up the pieces. I've healed before. This is worth it. This is worth it. This is worth risking hurting for. Classic tech, thank you. I think that's the way to go. Just your resilience and what you're capable of. Exactly. And I kind of feel like for me, that's where I'm at because I've met plenty of people who sprung terrible, deep, like betrayal on me throughout my life. So, of course, I had trust issues for a long time, and I probably still will for the rest of my life. But I've gotten to the point where it's like, I would rather have friends and some of those friendships end. I would rather have to cry over a few people in my life than never have any people in my life again. Like, I would rather take that risk and it sometimes not be great. And I think we know that in other circumstances, like, because gambling is a whole industry, because we fucking love the fact that it doesn't turn out right every single time. We love when it works out because it feels special when you mostly lose. Gambling feels good because it makes you a loser 90% of the time, and then 10% of the time, a winner. And that is enough for you to fucking love gambling. So I don't think that everything worth having is worth having purely because it always goes well. But yeah, every connection you ever have is a risk. I will say though, um, some people try to avoid the risk when they get into a new relationship, when they have trust issues with control. They start to believe this illusion that they can control the variables. And so they might say, well, you can't go out. I met you at a club, but you can't go clubbing now. Because why would you need to go to a club? You have me. You're just going to sleep with other guys. And the thing is, like, if all it takes is for your girlfriend to go clubbing and she'll cheat, you need to find that out, like, today. You need to let her go and you need to see that she wouldn't cheat. Even when she has all the options in the world, that she'd still choose you. You need to know that now. Controlling the variables doesn't control whether or not you get cheated on, it controls how long you're with a cheater. Because somebody who isn't going to cheat on you is just not going to cheat on you no matter what. You could put them in any situation. You could put them in a strip club. You could put them in a room with a seething mass of oily, hot men just desperate to suck your toes or whatever the fuck you're into, right? And you could be like, sorry, I have a boyfriend. That's a loyal relationship. And just keeping them out of that room doesn't stop you being with a cheater. It just doesn't. They will find a way. They will find a way if they want to cheat. So like you have to do the let them theory. Okay? If they're going to be a terrible person, let them. You need to find out now So just let them. The trouble with women suddenly being sexually open or assertive is that, in my mind, there is a boundary where it's SA if I were to cross it. Then suddenly, out of nowhere, I'm intended to cross that very significant boundary. It's a shock, and I'm never ready. I feel like the only way to be ready is if I was pretending to cross the boundary the whole time, but I don't want to SA no one. I'm gonna be honest, I have no idea what you're on about. I don't think it's normal in courtship to randomly escalate to SA. Like, I don't know how you've been doing your courting, I don't know how you've been courted, but, like, the SA barrier is just never there in normal courtship. Any advice for upcoming YouTubers? I feel like, befriending people who are successful, and getting advice from them and learning, like, things that work. Not in a, I'm just gonna copy you. Like, if you know, like, a big kitchen streamer where they're doing meals and stuff, and you're like, oh, you're big and you're cooking. I'll just do cooking. Like that, it's not that simple. But there are people who've been working in the industry long enough to know the things that do and don't work and why. So, like, you could be like, hey, is this thumbnail a good idea? Could I be doing something better with my thumbnails? This sort of stuff. Or like, you've been doing this for years, what do you wish you knew back sooner? This sort of stuff. And they're so much more helpful. People who like you and are invested in your success will definitely drop you hints and help you with things. I think like that's a natural thing. You want your friends to succeed. So I feel like having friends that you hang out with who know how this all works is an invaluable asset. Absolutely. I also think that, you should be paying attention to how you feel as a consumer. One of the things that you don't realize is that being a YouTuber is a business, right? And you consume YouTube content. You watch YouTube. And like what the things that you love and hate about a video are the things that people watching you will love and hate about them too. So if you take ages to speak and you're like going, mm, like in between spaces, like a lot of YouTubers cut that out. And when you see it back in the conversation, when you see a YouTuber who is doing all those things, you usually scroll away, you lose interest. You're like, this is taking too long, shut the fuck up. These things you might not notice when you're creating are things you definitely notice when you're consuming. So like maybe if you make content that you like watching and that you wish existed, but isn't there now, is a really good avenue for you. That's how I started doing my own online business, and I started selling craft supplies. Is I was doing my animation degree, and there was loads of craft supplies that I really wish were easy to find and cheap, but I couldn't find them anywhere on the internet. So I made them. I went and bought the exact materials in bulk, and I put together a shop full of things that I know people really wish was available. And I, as a consumer, created what I wish was there. That is such a great way to build your niche. Bitch! It's been 2 years since I noticed this girl in my college. She's my junior. She even knows I love her, though, through one of my friends. The last year of college will start in a month. I have 1 year, that's it. I don't know, is that meant to be a question? I feel like if somebody knows that you're interested and it's still not gone anywhere, that can be a no, by the way. I don't want to quash your dreams. And maybe there's other reasons. Maybe you just haven't hung out yet since they found out. But if I know a guy's into me and I'm like, huh, that's nice, and I don't spend time with them and I don't talk to them more, nothing, right? Then that's because I'm just not interested and I don't care. Can you help me in my situation? I feel some sort of emptiness in my life because I've been trying to hook up with someone, but every time that I feel like everything is good, then a week and later it all ends up. And that's where the message ends. It all ends up what? 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 We're left on a cliffhanger here. What's the rest of the message, King True? What's the best quote so far for you? I've heard a lot of really good quotes, but it's really hard to remember them. So save them on Pinterest. Hang on. Let me go and look in Pinterest. Maybe I've got a few quotes for you. Whenever I need to be like inspired, I go back here. Bitch! Yes. Let's see. Ba, 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 ba. Do I have a quotes thing? Uh, no. What? I thought I did. I genuinely thought I had a good quotes, but I'm not seeing it. Oh, is it platitudes and stuff? Well, my platitudes and stuff doesn't have anything in it yet, so I had the I had the intent, just not the content. I love that that's what you named the board and it's got nothing in it yet. Okay, I feel like a good one is motivation is not a feeling, it's a decision. Relax, nothing is under control. Uh, I think those are the only two that I can remember off the top of my head. Oh, and don't bite the hand that fingers you. It all ends up being friend zoned by the person or just being completely ignored, and I'm starting to feel like the problem, even though I'm very thoughtful and openly to that person. I kind of feel like if you keep trying to hit on them and they keep saying no, then you're not getting friend zone. They're not attracted to you and it's not going anywhere. I feel like the friend zone isn't real. The friend zone isn't real because attraction isn't a game where you can maneuver your way out of somebody's no. Okay, so if you reframe someone going, no, I don't see you like that, as a fun little zone and you can play a game and dance your way out of it, you're romanticizing being pushy and creepy and pushing someone's boundaries. You're putting it in a fun way when actually, when you just say it like it is, she said no, but I'm not going to listen and I'm going to keep trying. Then it's really fucking creepy. Because the thing with attraction is a lot of what decides attraction is just not really in your control. So, for example, the more genetically different someone is from you, the more attracted to them you will be. So, we have this because incest is bad for your genes. So, if somebody is related to you or genetically similar to you, you're going to have unhealthy kids. So, the more genetically different someone is from you, the better and healthier your kids will be. It's not always really obvious when you're genetically similar to someone. You might not look the same as them, but you might have a very, very similar genetic makeup. You may not be their relative, you might just be too similar genetically to be hot to them. And this isn't something that either of you know, but just with one smell, like she can go and smell your pheromones and know you wouldn't make a good baby. She might not think that. She might not know that that's what she's detecting. Her body will just go, that's unattractive. And you might not know why. You just like, you're quite hot, you're just not my type. And she didn't make any decision there. And so, like, you can't impress your way out of that decision, can't change it. She doesn't even know why she made it, but you're not going to be able to change your genetic makeup. So you're never going to fix that, right? There's so many things like that are just a million and one variables. Someone's upbringing might influence their personal tastes in how someone should look, and you just don't look that way, right? And if you don't believe me, you like think of all the people that you've walked past on an average day that you're just not into. Maybe you're straight and there's a big burly man with a hairy chest and oily muscles and nipples that could cut glass. And it's like he's very impressive to somebody, just not to you. He'd make a very good partner for someone, just not for you, right? And now let me ask you, if this guy you're not attracted to because you're not even into men bought you chocolates and did a backflip and was really great at dancing and delivered a really sexy pickup line, it's not gonna make you gay. You're not going to magically just be attracted to this man. And by the same token, a lot of attraction is not a choice. So it's not a zone you push people into. It's not something you consciously choose. And it's not something you can unchoose. It's just true. Either someone gives you a boner or they don't. And you usually know within a few seconds of meeting them. And so with that, it's the same with the girl that you're hitting on. And if you've gotten close to her and she's been like, no, no, thank you, that's not a zone you can get out of. That's just a no. It's just a full sentence, my dude. You're wasting your time and now you're starting to risk looking like a creep. And that has bigger repercussions. Because if you become a creep that pushes people's boundaries and doesn't listen to a no, people are going to talk about you and you're not going to have a chance with anybody. So it actually hurts your dating prospects, not just with her, but with anyone if you don't listen to this no. And if she's refused you several times, it's now in her court. If she ever changes her mind, she has to be the one to say so and make her move on you. There is no way that she has not given you any safe avenue to keep pursuing it. She said no. But it's complicated because I try to be understandful and try to know the girl without pushing boundaries. If she said no, if you're in the friend zone, my dude, you're pushing boundaries every time you try. Like that is inherently disrespectful no matter how nice about it you are. Like if someone was breaking into my house, I don't want them to break into my house. I don't want to give them my shit. I don't want them to steal nothing. And if they're like, but what if I ask politely to come in your house and steal your shit? It's like, still no. And they're like, what if I stand outside and just wait for you to open the door and ask me in? And it's like, I'm just seeing you stand there in the rain, creepily staring at my house, just waiting, waiting, hoping that you will get to come in and steal my shit. It's still a no, and this is so creepy. Like, there is no respectful way to ignore no. It is inherently a breach of boundaries. No matter how nice you are about it, it's still a fucking no. If that big burly guy you're not attracted to followed you everywhere and was really persistent and really nice and took you out to dinner and was really respectful of your boundaries, but you know he's just trying to smash your buns and you don't want him to smash your buns, everything he does, no matter how nicely, is gonna be creepy and unwanted. There is no respectful way to get out of the friend zone. There is no respectful way to ignore a no. It's inherently disrespectful. It is inherently pushing a boundary because the boundary was the no. There is no way to respectfully push at that again. None. Yeah. It's like I'm not into pensioners. Like I've never been attracted to a 78-year-old man. And nothing he could say would make me attracted to him. Like, if he was like, but I'm rich and I have flowers and I have a jacuzzi and a private boat and I wanted to take you out on this romantic evening if you'd like, no pressure. And if you don't want to sleep with me after, that's fine. I'll be like, I still don't want to be here on alone on a random boat by a 78-year-old man. Best of luck to you. If anything, out of respect for you, I wish you'd give those resources to someone who's down to fuck, you know? And so, like, there is just no negotiating your way around someone's no. There just isn't. Maya Johnson says, my boyfriend cheated on me before leaving me, and I'm having a hard time trusting that I'm worthwhile as a partner. Really scared to date anyone. Advice. Oh, I'm so excited. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Yes, I have advice. Google all of the famous female celebrities who've been cheated on right now and go and behold how gloriously hot they are. There was never a tier of attractiveness that was going to protect you from a cheater because people don't cheat based on how valuable you are as a partner. They just don't. That's not why they do it. And the funny thing is, statistics say if you've been cheated on in a relationship, you were probably the hot one in the relationship. It means you were probably more attractive than him. Do you know why this is? There are lots of reasons why people cheat, and this doesn't cover all of them, but a really, really common main reason why people cheat is because they hypervalue and are hyper responsive to other people taking a sexual interest in them. And attractive people have loads of people be sexually interested in them all of the time. So it doesn't have this huge intoxicating pull like it does for uglier people who are like, you, like me, oh my God. And it changes the way they feel about themselves because they don't get it often. People who get less sexual attention are more enchanted by it and more likely to gamble everything for it, even their relationships. Also, studies show that if someone cheats, they're more likely to cheat with someone less attractive than their partner. And sometimes that's because if you have a partner that's less attractive than you, they feel like the power dynamic is that they are lucky to have you and they have to worship you and struggle to keep you because you could leave at any time. And it relieves that fear and pressure to get with someone who is less attractive to them because then you get to be the hot one and then you get to be appreciated and worshipped. And now you're the one who's the prize. You get to be the prize. And so plenty of cheaters don't cheat with someone better than their partner. They cheat deliberately with someone worse, a worse option, because they want to be the prize and that's intoxicating to them. And so this doesn't cover every single relationship, doesn't cover every single instance of cheating. But if you go and look, there are lots of very famous examples of this. I'm not going to name them because I think it's rude and cruel to point and poke fun at someone's appearance. Even if they were cheating with someone, I'm still not going to stoop to that, right? But there are lots of famous people who cheated on their gloriously attractive, perfect partners with someone who was a worse option in every way. And so the studies say that chances are, if you were the one who was being cheated on, you were probably the more high value partner. And so it doesn't really reflect on you at all. Some people are just incompetent and unable to make good decisions in relationships. And that isn't a reflection of your worthiness whatsoever. It was their mistake, not your inadequacy. And I'll say this now. I bet you anything that your boyfriend had some subpar qualities because everybody does. And so maybe they didn't make you come every time in bed, or maybe they were not really contributing as much to the household as they should. Maybe they weren't doing enough chores, or maybe they weren't paying their share of the rent or whatever. Maybe they had some sort of shortcoming, right? And was your first thought to go, you know what? You're falling short, bitch. I'm gonna go cheat about it. I'm gonna find some guy with oily, big fat pectoral muscles and an ass for days, and I'm gonna fuck him in our bed when you're at work. Like, no, you didn't think that, right? Because you're sane and a decent person. And so if you weren't ever allowed to have any shortcomings without him going, right, there's my excuse, have to cheat about that now. You didn't do your hair on Wednesday and you looked kind of disheveled. And as a response, because it made you a 6 out of 10 instead of a 7 out of 10, I'm gonna go sleep with an 8. That'll show you, stupid bitch. Do your hair next time. Like, that is not reasonable. When you really think and dissect the idea, maybe he cheated because I'm not enough, it sounds psychotic and absurd, and no sane person would behave that way, no matter what shortcoming you had. So it was never about you. It was never about you. I'm here because I'm lonely, not looking for advice. My life is just rough right now. Things get better. All things are temporary, including suffering. And I'm sure that things will pick up. I've been lonely a few times in my life for long, long years, many, many years in a row. And usually loneliness is just a temporary thing. But I'm glad you decided to come and hang out with us while the storm passes. Thank you for your advice. That helps. Good. Please stop blaming yourself for their shortcomings. They didn't cheat on you because of anything to do with you. Like, people can be loyal to a partner they're not happy with and then work on their relationship. Like, cheating was never the answer. That was their failing, not yours. Scooter song, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Isn't cheating usually because of bad communication between couples? No, because even if somebody didn't communicate with me very well, I wouldn't be so frustrated that I go and fuck the neighbor. That's unhinged. Like, no, it's not that. You can have bad communication and stay loyal. You could be like, maybe we could resolve some arguments a little better. I'm not gonna like go and knob jockey the next door neighbor for it. I'm not gonna ride any dick about it. Don't worry. My loyalty is not incumbent on your eloquence. Jesus. Yeah, go ahead and run that down now, Tony.
I could use some advice. I finally got the courage to bring home the girl of my dreams. I thought everything was going well, but she is demanding I let her out of the cage. What am I doing wrong?
I was so happy for you for a minute, Saverin. I don't know. Maybe just make sure she's hydrated till the cops show up. Just pray they have Wi-Fi in prison, or this is gonna be the last donut we get from you. Bitch! Any advice on staying sober? It's been 7 months and 2 weeks and 4 days without a drink. Sorry. And sometimes it gets tempting. Love from Leicestershire. I love the way that Leicestershire is spelled. It's spelled Leicestershire. It's like the Worcestershire sauce situation. But anyway, congrats on 7 months. That's fucking huge. I'm so proud of you, Josh. That's so cool. The thing with addiction is we're not designed to resist our basic urges. Restraint is not a natural construct. So for millions of years, we've consistently evolved to indulge every urge that we get because every urge was something designed to benefit us. You feel hungry because it's good to eat food. You feel horny because it's good to fuck and it creates a offspring. It's good to fear because it keeps you out of danger. It's good to be angry because it prevents injustice, right? So, like, a lot of your instincts are just emotions, and a lot of those emotions are useful. But the thing is, we get urges now that aren't relevant to our environment because our environment bing, changed in a blink. Tens of thousands of years of stability, and then boosh, all of a sudden the food is poison. Fuck. And all of a sudden there's porn, and not every time you fuck is constructive anymore. Like, a lot of your urges have been inverted into things that are not so beneficial. And the thing with addiction is that a lot of people treat it like a moral shortcoming. Like, oh, you just aren't as good at resisting shit as me, and you should get better. And that's how people look at addiction. But the truth is, we found a gene in mice, right? Where we gave mice a water bottle and an alcohol bottle. And some mice, very, very few mice, I think it was like 1% of mice, will drink from the alcohol bottle because the alcohol smells funny and most mice are not interested in alcohol. But the ones that did like it would drink themselves to death. They would drink it every single day until they died. They would become addicted to it and then it to a deadly degree. So they dissected those mice, those poor little mice, and they found that those mice had a gene in common. And then they found that that gene is in humans, and that humans with that gene are several times more likely to be addicts. And the thing is, we've discovered that our biology changes how we experience the world. So some people feel hunger as like a grumbly feeling in their stomach and an emptiness, and other people feel hunger as an intense, overwhelming pain that they cannot ignore. Other people don't really feel a sensation in their organs, they just feel tired. And that's how they know they're hungry. It's like, oh, I should have probably eaten. I'm feeling a bit drowsy at noon, right? Other people feel hunger as a pressure behind their eyes. And so resisting food is a different battle For some people, it's really fucking hard to resist the donuts. Like, it's a battle. You're thinking about it all day, every day, and you can't stop thinking about it, and you're desperate for those donuts. And other people, it's like they can forget donuts exist for months and be like, oh yeah, donuts, they're all right, and take one and forget about it. Okay? And so, like, because we don't experience basic feelings like being drunk the same, we don't experience basic needs the same. We're all fighting an intensely different battle, and it makes resisting it even harder for a species that was never actually meant to resist anything at all. And the worst part is that resisting things reduces your IQ. Okay, so if you are given a temptation to battle with whilst doing a test, you perform worse in the test, obviously. Okay, so if you spend a lot of time resisting the urge to drink, it's going to detract from everything else you get on with in the day. And so, a lot of the mechanisms that are most useful for dealing with any kind of addiction, whether it's gaming, scrolling, drinking, fucking, gambling, bitch, nut, dad's dick, even dad's dick, right? No matter what it is, uh, most of the best ways are don't involve restraint at all. Could you stop eating my tassels? You bitch. He's now it's slobbery. He's eating my jacket because it has tassels. So if you want to resist eating the thing, don't drive by the bakery on the way to work, and you don't have to resist anything anymore. And so if you don't have alcohol in the house, and if you have to go past a place that sells alcohol, change the route to avoid it so you never have to be tempted to walk in and buy more. If there's somebody who makes you really miserable, and quite often you drink about your interactions with your parents, maybe reduce hanging out with your parents until you have built better mechanisms to deal with the stress. Okay? And so a lot of resisting addiction is to take the resistance out of it all together. And then another one is a support network. Can be online. There are people on Reddit who support each other through all kinds of addictions, but it can also be an AA meeting. It can be family and friends, like an accountability partner. There are so many ways to bring other people into the mix. So if you can get someone supporting you, that is awesome too. Someone non-judgmental who isn't gonna like beat you up if you lapse, like someone who's genuinely gonna encourage you and help you, right? Someone sane, someone responsible, not just someone you like. Just because someone is nice doesn't mean that they're an expert at helping with these sort of situations, okay? Just bear that in mind. And best of luck to you, because it's awesome that you're making such a huge and positive change. I would research how the brain changes after you give up alcohol, because people who are addicted to alcohol's brains shrink, and you actually gain brain matter. Like your brain gets heavier and bigger after you are dry for a certain amount of time. I think being able to visualize the changes that you're building helps with the sense of progress, and that's definitely going to contribute to your journey. So you're about to be five head. That's a big perk to look forward to. The changes start 2 weeks in. So he's already going to be experiencing this to some degree, but the stage is really fascinating. Fuck yeah, Archangel. Proud of you. Uh-uh. Yeah. How do I not be boring? I don't want to do anything. Not interested in or educated about anything. Don't know how where to start or how to hold conversations. I feel like you're allowed to be boring. I feel like if I was boring and I was like, yeah, I'm not really interested in stuff, that I wouldn't force it just to have an identity just to please other people. I would say, like, if you wish you had hobbies and you wish you had something interesting to do, that would be totally different. But if you're like, I don't even care about stuff, it just becomes apparent to me when I try to hold a conversation. I'm gonna give you like a little trick that means that you never have to fake a personality. You never have to go take an interest in a hobby that you don't even like just to hold a conversation. That is going too far. That is way too much effort. This is all you need to know. People don't like you. They like themselves. if you get them talking about themselves in an organic way that doesn't feel like an interview, they will like you. You do not have to hold the conversation purely with things you know or care about. So, like, holding a conversation, here are some ways that don't like you can make it feel like an interview. Like, what did you do today? What did you eat today? What are the top 10 things that you like? That's so interesting. Do you do those often? How healthy are you? Like, that feels like an interview. That starts to feel inorganic and weird and invasive a little bit and is not going to carry the conversation. But if you're like, hey, I haven't seen you in a while, what have you been up to? And they go, this. And you're like, oh, wow. How did that feel? When you were up there, all the way up there about to jump, like, how did you feel in that moment? Did you think you could do it? And like, yeah, blah, blah, blah. I did think I could do it and I did it and I'm so proud of myself, blah, blah, blah. It's like, I've never done anything like that in my entire life. I'm actually really boring, but it's really cool seeing people do that. How did you even end up in that situation? Like, how does someone end up doing base jumping? And they're like, well, I found it through XYZ and I did this and I did that to do the base jumping. And you're like, I've heard that lots of people die doing base jumping. Aren't you scared you're gonna die? And they're like, no, or yeah, maybe I will die, but it'll be worth it, blah, 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 blah. And it's like, oh my God, does anything come with having a hobby like that that's so dangerous? Like, have you written your will already? Have you like decided what flowers you're gonna have at your funeral just in case? Or did you just not think about it? Sorry, that must be such a dark question, but I'm just so curious. I mean, you never know. What if I take up base jumping? I think the first thing I would do if I was base jumping is I'd write a will. But like, have you done that? Have you done that yet? I'm like, I'm taking an interest in you. I didn't have to invent anything. I didn't have to tell them any of my hobbies. I literally admitted to being boring this whole time, and we're having a really interesting conversation. And they're like, yeah, I'm actually thinking about being cremated if I die, because I think if I did die doing base jumping, nobody's going to look at my body. So we're going to do cremation. And yeah, I'm doing my will, but I haven't really finished it. And I probably should, because I've got another jump tomorrow. So wish me luck. Otherwise, my kids are going to die of poverty. I was like, wow, well, good luck to you. You must really love base jumping to gamble so much. Must be a really cool hobby. And if they're like, yeah, you should try it sometime. Just be like, oh no, I mean, no one would know that my cat is at home starving to death for months if I disappeared all of a sudden. So I guess I have to be boring for like Frisky because there ain't nobody else who's gonna give her kibble. But it's really cool what you do. Do send me the video from tomorrow's jump. I would love to see it. I'm gonna be biting my nails. My balls are gonna be in my stomach watching that, but I really would love to see. And next day, they want to talk to you again. They're like, I did the thing, I did the base jumping, and I finished my will. I'll be like, proud of you. That is amazing. So good. And this guy fucking loves me. This guy loves me. And I didn't have to have a single fucking hobby. All I had to do was be interested in him. So you can connect with people. You can have fun with people. You can enjoy conversation with people. You do not need to bring hobbies to the table. Like, if you're going to be interested in something or educated in something, you should do it because you love doing it. Okay? Because what people forget is in the moment, it's not what you have at the end of it, it was the process. Okay? Play some nice music, read a book about something you care about, and enjoy reading the fucking book at the time. Don't go, ooh, I'm gonna have to grin and bear this because I want the result. Like, no, the things that you do in your own free time, you shouldn't be doing in the hopes that somebody will like you more later. They should be done because you fucking love doing that. Life's too short to squander performatively doing fun shit when you're not even having fun. So yeah, be boring and embrace it. There are other boring people out there too. Okay? And you know what? There are ways for two boring people to have a great conversation too. You go, hey, I like bird watching. Would you like to watch a bird with me? And I'm like, okay, that is a nice bird. Have you seen that one before? Yes. But I don't mind seeing it again. Okay. Would you like a sandwich? I would like a sandwich. The sandwich is a little dry, but I'll eat it. And these two boring people will stare at birds for hours, and they're having a whale of a time. And they've maybe exchanged like 5 words. Okay? And they love it because they're boring and they're being boring together. You don't have to impress the interesting people. If you're boring and you like being boring and you don't really want to learn shit and you don't really want to try, Invite some other boring fuck to watch a boring show with you. If you're a train enthusiast or something, and you wanna just watch trains and you don't really know how to make that interesting to other people, go and find other people who will stare at trains with you. You have a hobby, you just don't know it yet, okay? So maybe you go to work and maybe you come home and you watch movies. There are whole forums about those movies. You can just watch other people talk about them. You don't even need to interact with them. But if you do, you could just offer your opinion and interact with people about the same thing. But I don't think you should change yourself for anyone. And I don't think you should spend your life performatively having hobbies. Please don't do that. Don't change for anyone. As someone who has at least 6 boring friends that I love dearly, and I wouldn't change them for the world. If they took up a hobby and I asked them about it and we spent ages talking about their really fun, cool hobby, and then I found out they don't even like doing it, they just didn't know what to say. And they just felt like they need to overcompensate for how normal their life is. I'd be so sad that we wasted our time. Should men under 6 feet tall unalive themselves? I've been on a lot of TikTok, feminist TikTok, about how men are literally not real, how short men are not really tall men. How feminist TikTok about how short men are literally not real men. Okay, so that's not a feminist view, by the way. That isn't feminism. Like, feminism has nothing to do with judging people on their height. I'm sorry. I think you got rage baited. But also, I will say, I'll answer it, even though they just got yeeted for that. I'll say, yeah, like, it's fine to be any height, and short men got their genes from somewhere. So, short men are getting laid. They're getting appreciated by women, or there wouldn't be any new ones being born. So, the existence of short men shows that shortness is a lovable quality. I've had a partner, I'm 5'2", I've had a partner who was the same size as me, and I've had a partner who's taller than me. And I would say they're neither is good or bad, they just have different perks. That's it. There's literally nothing bad about either height-wise, it's just different perks, okay? Um, and I don't think I'm the minority in that respect at all. But a shorter one though? I mean, I'm not gonna decide for you who you wanna date, Dan. Like, you don't have to date short men if you don't want to. But women are clearly dating short men because short men are being born. Do I have to date short men? Yes, I've decided. Hey Juju, I have decided. There's a random short man I met on the street, and I thought I'm going to allocate you exactly 1 Juju. You're lucky I didn't allocate 1.5 Jujus, because then we'd have to find another one of you and cut them in half. Okay. But you have been allocated. Time to go. Do your duty. Off you fuck. Matt Blue says, okay, here's a question. Any words of advice slash pep talk for someone who has moments of feeling completely unimpressive or unlovable? Asking from a friend. His name is not Matt. Yeah. Okay. Whoever this guy is, sounds lovely by the way. First thing I'm gonna say is I'm not gonna reassure you because, I don't think that would be very genuine. And I want to give you fuck off a genuine response. And I'm not gonna reach through the screen and go, no, you're great in every way. Because like I don't really think that whenever I felt insecure, that's really helped me at all. Like usually if I feel terrible about myself and people try to comfort me, I think they're lying to be nice. So I don't think that's really gonna help you. What I will say is Who said you had to be impressive or lovable, bitch? Who said you or no, you don't owe the world lovability or impressiveness. You just fucking don't. You could be an utter piece of trash and still kill it and still absolutely love life and go and be a shitty piece of trash wherever the fuck in the world you like. You could eat pizza and be unlovable as fuck. You can do your hobbies and be unlovable as fuck. It's not something you owe, therefore it can never be a failing. How other people treat you and how other people feel about you is not a degree of your value at all. So before I tell you like the cool, warm, fuzzy stuff that might help you feel better about the situation, I'm just gonna lay out there. You can never fail at this. This was never the test. When you were born, when you were shot out of someone's vagina, right? At no point was there a contract written on the vaginal walls that you had to quickly squiggle and sign on the way out. You know, when you passed through the flappy gates of reality, you did not sign an unretractable fucking contract saying, I promise to be lovable, entertaining, and impressive at all times. And like some of the coolest people imaginable were never lovable or impressive. Van Gogh, for example, was not lovable or impressive in his day-to-day life, impressed nobody, barely got loved by anybody. I think, you know, the whole ear thing might have contributed, but regardless, we're not going to get into the minutia here. One of the most influential people ever, okay? And I'm really bad with names, but there's this guy, and he was a little person. And like 300 years ago, so I think it was like the 1700s, okay? And he lived in a cave and he used to abduct people's children. And I wouldn't normally call someone who abducts kids a hero, but bear with me, okay? He would abduct people's children who owned slaves. He would steal their kids and then write letters to them going, the misery you feel is what you did to your slaves when you bought them without their families and you split them apart. And like, then he would give their kids back free of harm. So he was just making a point, right? He was vegetarian back then, hundreds of years ago. And he was a political advocate trying to make the world a safer, fairer place for everybody. And he fought hard for that, and it pissed people off. No end. He was a hermit in a cave in the middle of nowhere. Do you think he was appreciated? Do you think people found him impressive at the time? No. He was a massive pain in the ass. People fucking hated him for it. And we write about him to this day, and he's a fucking hero. From our perspective, we're like, based. What a legend. What a cool guy. Pioneer. He wasn't wrong. He was just ahead of his time, right? And so, like, when you look at people like that through history who were just a professional inconvenience, you realize that not only do you not owe the world impressiveness or lovability, but like you can still be awesome even if you never achieve that, even if nobody ever understands you. Okay? So let go. That was never the point. But also, I've never thought of myself as particularly impressive or lovable. I have always been treated like an inconvenience. We're going to play the sad violin here a sec. I'm going to prove my credentials, but like I used to get punished for my tics really badly. My stepmother used to starve me and scream and shout at me and throw away my things and do weird, like just really weird, horrible things to me all of the time. And I was just walking on eggshells. I was miserable, ruined my childhood, horrible, horrible, horrible life to live. So I felt like an inconvenience. I was my dad's kid, but my dad wasn't happy that he had me. He wanted a son, was not happy he had a daughter, really uninvested in my life. And so, like, I was an unplanned child as well to top it off. So, like, my mom got pregnant when she was 19 accidentally to a 16-year-old boy, and they were not ready to be parents, and I was just an accident to them, and I was just getting in the way. I was getting in the way of my dad's relationship with his new wife and her kids, and I was getting in the way of my mom's happiness because she just wanted to go out and party and be young and have fun, and I was this big responsibility that just got in the way all the time. I started off being an inconvenience, and nobody appreciated me. I wasn't sent to school, so I had no friends. None. I spent all day, every day alone. And whenever I did have to interact with the adults, I was feeling sorry that I was there. Like I was just inherently taking up space and taking things from these people. Now they had to buy me food and pay my bills, and they didn't even want me in the first place. And I felt terrible about it. And they made me feel terrible about it all the time. And so I know what it's like to feel unimpressive and unlovable And I didn't fix that by convincing people to like me. I think for most of my life, I had terrible social skills, was completely awkward, and could not explain why I was calling everyone a bitch and offering to fist them. So obviously, I didn't ever really fix my self-esteem by garnering attention and love and adoration from other people. What I did was I went out and I found things that mattered to me, because the thing that humans really need, I've learned this, they don't necessarily need to be impressive, but the thing that will keep you going and looking forward to every day and will keep you sane and happy is a sense of purpose. And for some people, that's being needed by others, but you don't necessarily have to involve anyone else. And I think I got that sense of purpose that was like, yeah, I'm glad I'm here. Even if I was an inconvenience to my parents, I'm still really happy I got to live this day, and I'm still glad I got to be here. I found that in animal work. It doesn't have to be animal work for you, but like, I started doing animal rescue, and I knew that if I hadn't participated today, if I hadn't gotten out of bed and tried, then a bunch of animals would be dead, and that every day they live and taste food and binky and be happy and enjoy their day, it was because I was there making sure it happened and making sure that the worst day of their lives wasn't the last day of their lives. And that gave me a sense of purpose and meaning, even when I didn't enjoy it. So there might have been a really hard day where I got shit all over me, or I got a really bad bruise, or, I had to deal with a really horrible person, and I came home crying, or whatever, right? And I would be like, yeah, I still really want to do it again tomorrow, because it didn't always have to feel awesome, and I didn't always have to feel like I did everything correctly. I didn't feel necessarily impressive or loved every time I went out there. In fact, sometimes I had to report people for doing crimes against animals, and I had to intervene when they were actively trying to hurt them or burn them to death. Or like, not burn the people to death, like they were trying to burn animals to death, or they were doing illegal shit, and I would have to intervene, and these people would be horrible and aggressive and attack me and stuff, and it would be scary, and I didn't feel loved in those moments. I didn't feel impressive. I just felt hated. It didn't make me feel good about myself in those situations at all. But I still loved being alive, and I loved being there because I knew that it was achieving something important. And so maybe you don't need to be loved. Maybe you just need a little bit of meaning first. The love will come, I promise. I feel like love and being impressive is like a side effect of being where you're meant to be. If you find that first, the rest will just happen. You've said before that wanting to fix someone means that you hate them. What if you want to fix something like drug abuse? Even if it seems unlikely to succeed, just wishing you could change an aspect of someone that seems to harm them, is this still hate, and how so? So I kind of feel like when I meet people, I meet a lot of people who get up to stuff that I would never do in a million years, but it's their life and it's their choice. And so, like, I never meet people hoping to analyze everything about them, decide what I don't like, and wishing I could edit it out of them. That's just not how I approach interacting with people. And so I never actively hate or try to change anything about anyone ever, even if I think they're in the wrong. They have every right to be wrong. Even if they're doing something self-destructive, it's their body. They're allowed to destroy it. It's theirs. It's their choice. And at the end of the day, when you let go of that sense of control, of wanting to edit people and decide what's wrong with them and whether or not they're allowed to have flaws and what flaws they are and aren't allowed to have, you like them more. Because the truth of the matter is that everyone has a struggle of some sort. Everyone has something that isn't great about them. Everyone. And so if you obsess over the stuff, it's like, oh, you could be perfect, but you're abusing drugs. Oh, you could be perfect, but you have this political view. Um, you could be perfect, but you need a different haircut. It's like, well, then you're gonna hate everyone around you because you're hyperfixating on the bit that you wish you could change about them. And yeah, being addicted to drugs is destructive, and plenty of people wish they weren't addicted to drugs, and plenty of people take that journey. But a lot of people never finish it. And the truth of the matter is that in the meantime, they still deserve love and understanding. No matter where they are in that journey, and whether they succeed and fail, it doesn't change whether or not they deserve love. And so, like, I'm going to use religion as an example, even though I don't think religion is bad. I think that it's fine if you have a religion. I respect a lot of religions. But have you ever been in a room with someone who really wants you to convert to their religion? And you just hate being around them because all they see is what you're not, and they never sit and appreciate what you are. And everything you do, they filter through a lens of what their religion finds acceptable. And it feels so hateful, even though they think they're loving you, because all they're trying to do is offer you something that brings them a lot of happiness. And they think you'll be so much happier once you're like me. And you hate it because you feel judged. You feel like they just dislike who you are and want to change it all, right? And so it even well-meaning people can hate you. Even well-meaning, loving people who are just like, I just want you to appreciate the same thing as me and come to church with me, or, eat the same meal as me, or, drink the same drinks as me, or whatever. Like, it can be such an attack and it's so hateful, and you don't realize how hateful it is until you're on the other side of it. And so I don't think religion is bad, but I use that example as because it's quite a universal one. A lot of people have been in the room with someone who wished they were of a different faith. And so from there, you might be able to understand that when you hyperfixate on someone's flaw, something that is different about them that you don't agree with, you are being hateful towards them. If someone comes to you and they're like, hey, could you help me? I'm addicted to drugs and I really would like to get out of this hole. And you're like, yeah, I'd love to. Let's get started on that. That's not hate, that's love, right? But if someone is just existing and they are an addict and they're working on it in their own pace, they don't want any help and they've just decided to be an addict, it's not something you can ever really weigh in on or think about or give an input on or change. People have to develop at their own pace of their own free will, unfortunately. You don't get to decide what flaws people have. On that note, would you date a non-vegan knowing that you can't change them? Every single partner that I've ever had was a non-vegan when I met them. And I didn't try to change them, but they went vegan. One of them went vegan no, two of them went vegan before I even got with them. But went vegan because of me, even though I didn't try to change them. So I guess that answers that question. I don't try to change people, but people who love me don't eat meat for long. The funniest part about that is, long after me and them have broken up, they still don't eat meat. They're just committed for life. What about lab-grown mammoth meat? See, I'm fine with people eating lab-grown anything. I don't give a shit. I wouldn't eat it myself, but that's just because meat just smells like stress and sweat to me. It doesn't smell like food. So like, it's cool that it's there, but even if it was available, it just doesn't look very appetizing. Making the world a better place, one boyfriend at a time. People have asked me how I turned so many people vegan, and I was like, I don't know, I'm not trying. That's not something I'm trying to do with my life at all, right? But dangle pussy, I guess? Did you feed them? What, the men? I'm not a very mumsy person in a relationship. but I will teach you how to cook. Um, like I used to cook meals. What normally happens in my relationship, the progression is I cook the meals at first and I teach them the recipes, and then they start cooking them for themselves when I'm not around, and then they add their own little spins and twists. And then I carry those spins and twists for the rest of my life. Like I showed one of my exes how to make fajitas for lunch with like a stir fry fajita, like really basic, with hummus. And they added sweet chili sauce. And I was like, damn, this is amazing. I never had sweet chili sauce in anything, but this is amazing. And so, like, for many, many years after, I started putting sweet chili sauce in. You know, things like this. I feel like one of the things you do in a relationship is you impact each other's diet. I never had takeout or ordered from places until I got with my ex. So he would be obsessed with ordering like Chinese and pizzas and Indian and stuff like this, and I never used to, but I started because of him. So I feel like I had more of a we had such a I got the worst end of the stick because I got into loads of unhealthy junk food, and he actually got basic nutrition, and he had such a fucking glow up too. Without even working out, he got loads of muscles because he was eating more protein because of me, and like and he was like doing it without trying, and it was really tasty, and he lost a bunch of weight that he couldn't shift. Like, because he was like on the heavier side, and he had like a full on Giga Chad glow up. And what did I get? Fucking pizza. You have to learn to give and take in a relationship. Oh, I feel like I'm very good at like that being like an exchange, like a good equal exchange in relationship. Never had a problem with that. Did Anita find anyone in chat a partner? What, you think I just like pick people up and just dump them on top? Like, you, Crazy Cat 69, you are now Nova's girlfriend. It's been decided. You have been allotted. It's like after a certain amount of sub points, you just get served an allotment, like a ration, a relationship ration. Can you find me one also then? How many of you are single in chat? Please raise your hand. Okay, Picano, keep watching. See, you could take your pick. And press 2 if you're easy. If you're like, I don't even need you to like woo me or anything. Like, I will live with you for free rent. Like, I will clean your house and love you and just take care of you and stuff. Like, I don't need much. All the easy bitches, please raise your hand. There you go, Picano. So you've got not only a selection of options there, a whole chocolate box of options. You've got difficulty settings. You've got a difficulty slider now. You can take easy, hard, or like, you know, what's the hardest level in fucking Diablo? Yeah, you can choose the difficulty setting. Torment. Yeah, you got mild, easy, average, torment. It's all there. There you go. Have at it, Picano. I'm hard. There you go. There you go. Go Cthulhu. Picano. It has been decided. I'm gonna apply to be like an officiant so I can like make this official. We can have Discord weddings. Bitch! Did I stop listening at the wrong time? Yeah, Picano and Cthulhu are husbands now. Love is real. There you go. You've been anointed. I wrote a few weeks ago about trying to maintain my family afloat while my parents were separating. Well, my parents are reconciling, actually. I think they are doing better than before. I'm starting my first novel and have a deal with a publisher. So things are not perfect, but it's better. Money's tight, but we're at least together. Thanks for help. I hope things keep getting better and better for you, bitch. Bitch. Baron. May things ever go in your favor, Baron. Onwards and upwards. Bitch! I love you, you slut. I love your stream. I only open your stream to have the sounds in the background. I just want to say thanks. You're welcome, Watcher Stalker. That's a very concerning name, though. Please don't watch too often. Is that a mini bed? Yes, for my bunny. He's currently eating in his litter tray. His little cheeks are rolling. By the way, thanks for mods for understanding my deep into Diablo 2 references and un-auto-modding me. Yeah, my mods are great. I don't mean to brag, but I like them. Bitch! Sendwika says, how can I find purpose in my life? Bitch titties! It's miserable. I wake up, scroll reels, eat, sleep. What am I doing wrong, do you think? I think it's okay if you need time to rest and stop. Thanks, Kimmy. I had periods of my life where my life felt pointless and it kind of stagnated for a bit. I mean, I had an excuse. So when I was 13, I tried to go to school. Tourette's got in the way. Kids started beating the shit out of me. I held my own for a while. I was able to fight back. But then a bunch of like 16, 17-year-old kids, they were boys, cornered me and beat me unconscious. And I woke up with like broken fingers and stuff. It was pretty intense. And I was like, there's no point getting an education if I'm not going to survive to use it. And the reason I bring that up is because I then spent a lot of time in home education. My mom wasn't too interested in educating me, so I spent a lot of that time just watching TV, playing computer games. We were poor, so not very many computer games, same ones over and over, to the point where I can recite the entire script of most of the games I used to play as a kid, because I played them so much over and over again, right? And my life felt pretty pointless at that time. I wasn't doing anything real or important, and I was getting incredibly bored with it. And people don't realize that boredom is a kind of pain. Okay? So when you're bored, it can be a form of suffering. It can be really, really serious. And we know this because a lot of animals who start self-harming, boredom can be a huge catalyst. Not just depression, but the boredom. The monotony and the pointlessness of the day can end with you being deeply, deeply, dangerously, suicidally depressed. So I can completely understand why, if things have gotten a bit repetitive and boring and miserable, that you might be suffering right now. Because that's normal. Even if it's a really easy thing, even if scrolling and eating and sleeping are generally quite nice things to do, if it's boring, it can be agonizing. And you're not a wuss, and it's not a bad thing to admit tits that you don't want to do that for the rest of your life and that you want something more. But I'd say, like, take the time to rest until your body's ready, because sometimes your body shuts down and doesn't feel particularly motivated because it needs the break. And that break might last a week or a month. But sometimes you really do just need to rest until you crave more, until your body is like, okay, I really, really want to get out there. I want to go for a walk. I want to break up the routine. I want to speak to someone new. I want to go do something with purpose. I want to go do something worthwhile. I'm willing to gamble being turned down or told no or failing, all that scary stuff, because I'm ready to live now. And I think like I spent like 4 or 5 years really scared to leave the house and really, really broken as a teenager. And it got to the point where I felt this fever pitch desire to get out there and live and to try. I was like, okay, I'm ready. I don't want to sit here and just sit and stare at the same four walls anymore. I can't do this again. Um, and so I went out there and I threw myself into university, even though I hadn't left the house in years and hadn't spoken to anyone in years. So I had lots of panic attacks and it was scary as fuck. But it was worth it. It was worth it to learn and it was worth it to try. And that whole situation taught me that it's okay to stagnate a little bit when you need to. It's okay to stop. That stopping is as important as starting. Yeah, this is just one of the necessary stages. And when you're ready, go pick something you want to go and try and bring it into your life. And I really would suggest getting one of these. It's helpful for a lot of reasons, but one of them, so basically it has like 4 little chunks per day, and you write in it, in the top chunk for the first year, and the second chunk of the day for the second year, and you do it every single day, just a sentence or two. And what I've noticed about this is I just write what's good about the day. I try not to write anything negative in there. Um, and that helps me if I feel really sad or depressed and my brain is telling me everything's shit and it's always shit and you'll never escape how shit it is and it's a trap. And you look back and you're like, here's evidence that good shit happens every day. Okay, my life isn't as bad as it seems right now, right? And it can be helpful in that way. It can reshape your sense of reality. But also, bitch titties, it can also help you because you can read it and you can see what you actually achieved. So I wrote in there things like, I really hope I get Peter into my stream room again because I miss having him run around my feet. And I was too busy for like a couple of years to make that happen. And then I got him back in here and I was so happy. And I just went past the little entry that said, I can't wait to have Pete in my room again. And I was sat there reading it whilst Pete was running around my feet. And I achieved it. And it was a sense of progress that I really wouldn't have noticed were it not for that book. And so sometimes you write in there things that you want to get done. I really want to grow some vegetables. And meanwhile, I've got chili plants blossoming in my kitchen right now. And it's like, oh, I did that. I actually achieved that. I hoped for it and now it's happening, you know? And it's not like a diary because you don't write all your thoughts and feelings. You only write 1 or 2 sentences in it of things that are going well or things that you liked about the day. It's not like a dear diary, I did XYZ, blah 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 blah. It's like literally something small. Like if I open it, like did a collab stream with Vlad in London. And stayed up all night trying to find a kitchen for us to stream in. Like, and that's a memory. In a year or two's time, I'm gonna look back at that and go, oh yeah, that was a crazy day. So I think that might be helpful as well. And they're really cheap and you can just order them on like Amazon. It's like a 5-year memory book. Pancakes. Yeah, we made pancakes and I made one in the shape of a dick and it was the best one, weirdly. So if I was going to give you any pancake advice, I'd be like, make it into a dick shape. It enhances the flavor somehow. When you start cutting the tip off the laugh, I had to give him a foreskin as well. Because, like, we're British. We leave our kids intact. Did you know you can buy silicone foreskins? I didn't. And I kind of want to Google that now because I have no idea how the fuck that would work. Is that for like docking or something? What is that for? Why? Just hit 30 the other day. Any tips from a fellow adult? Okay, I'm 36, so I guess like cookies. I got advice for you. 30s is your prime. 30s is absolutely your prime. No one tells you this. Okay, I spent my teens and 20s dreading hitting 30, thinking that's when I'm gonna start to feel old and life is gonna be all downhill from there. Absolute fucking lie. Most women go through a glow up in their 30s. It's when you know yourself the best, it's when you're the most confident, it's when you have the best sense of identity. So your clothes get better, your makeup gets better, your skin gets better, and you get the best relationships because you know what you want finally. It's the best time for your career as well when you have the most energy and expertise together in the same body. So, like, it's the best time for work, it's the best time for love, it's the best time for you to do everything that you ever wanted. It's a fantastic time. So, I feel really happy in my 30s. I'm happier this decade than I've ever been in my life. And part of that's because of you, but I've had you guys around since my 20s. And I think it's I like everything more now. 30s is better. I'm 47 and my 30s were the best. Absolutely. I'm glad you agree. But like, I still think there's time for you to have like another upswing, to be honest with you. Maybe you're not feeling it now, but I know a lot of people in their 50s and 60s who had another whole wave of just like cool shit happen in their life. Like a lot of people start writing books or, start an album and shit in their 50s and 60s now. So I feel like in your 40s, I feel like sometimes people just kind of like sit in their 40s and kind of rest for a bit. I've seen a lot of people kind of just like have a low energy decade. But like my mom, for example, she picked up axe throwing and, she was going all over the place and doing loads of cool shit with her life, traveling and going to all kinds of parties and festivals and stuff. And she was like really, really active and happy in her 50s. She was always getting up to stuff, and she had ambitions too. If she was still with us, she'd be doing another degree. So Fatty Panda says, so I'm trying to figure out why people say I'm too much when I'm being myself. Like, yes, I yap and I go into depth into subjects, but I've always thought that that was just normal conversation. Okay, so you might not have ADHD. I'm not going to armchair diagnose you with ADHD, but nuggets. I'm just going to say a lot of people with ADHD do suffer with this exact issue. Getting way too over-explanatory, cutting in a lot, talking too much in a conversation. And there are people who give advice on that and talk about it in depth. So maybe finding ADHD influencers who talk about holding a conversation even though you have special interests and even though you might be considered a bit much, because that's a very ADHD thing. So whether you have ADHD or not, you'll still benefit from understanding the conversational tools that help you to be better and a little bit less overbearing in basic interactions. I have been advised heavily, so I'm on the waiting list. Yeah, I didn't mean to call you out like that, but I was like, oh, that sounds like ADHD. You know how I know, Fatty? I'm just gonna call you Panda. I know that's your name, but I think we're gonna go with Panda. Panda seems nicer, politer, but Panda. Yeah, I have the same issue. I recently heard a tip, which was cross your fingers when you think about interrupting someone. So, like, if you're like, oh, I know something about that, cross your fingers and wait for them to stop talking. And the mindfulness, it will keep you in the moment and remind you not to cut in. But it also, when they're done talking, it will remind you that you have something to say. Because if your fingers are crossed, it means you have something to say. So you don't have to worry about forgetting while you wait for them to be done. I don't know if it works yet, but I thought it was interesting. So I'm going to give it a go. I haven't had any conversations since I learned this, but we'll get there. Hello, Pete. Did I roll over you? Fine. Yeah, you're fine. I always forget what I was gonna say. I kind of feel like it's not really important because if you have a lot to say, then I'm sure you'll have something new to say by the time they shut the fuck up. So I think like one of the things that makes you a really good listener is letting go of the worry that you might forget what you were gonna say. Paying attention to what they have to say and really taking it in makes you so much more of a better conversationist than remembering what to say next and waiting for your turn. People who are waiting for their turn are really annoying and nobody likes them. So if you let go of the attachment to whatever just popped in your head, and you're like, it's fine if I forget by the time you're done. I'll just keep listening. Yeah, it will just take out all of the pressure. Hey, night sister, thank you so much. I love you. I love you. I love you. You are giving us advice, but I think talking to chat is also helping you. I love talking to chat because you guys teach me stuff all the time and you fact check me. So, it's much harder to come out with bullshit when you guys are like, "Oh, I looked into that and you missed a detail or you got that and you misinterpreted that." And it's fantastic because it means I'm more educated than I would be if I didn't stream, And I like that. What a cute little guy you are. Wait till after the stream. He's like pulling on the edge of my chair and stuff because he wants love. Metal Corpse Man! Thanks for gifting the sub, sweetheart. Do you think buying a PS5 Edge controller is worth it? I don't know, Alan, but what I will say is that you only live once and that, it's important to save for the future, but after a certain point, it's superfluous. You can't take it with you when you die. And if you don't have anywhere else that money needs to go, then spending it on something that will help you enjoy life more is absolutely worth it, no matter what it is. Because diamonds, people kill each other for diamonds, and they're incredibly common in the universe. But life is incredibly rare. Like, we don't know of anywhere else in the universe yet with life, but we know of like enormous diamonds. There are places where it rains fucking diamonds, right? And even rarer than life itself is joy. Okay? To be able to enjoy anything is the most incredibly rare thing that humans produce. In the entire universe, joy is the most rare thing we produce. So if you're gonna go and buy something that makes you happier, makes you love life more, then you're doing the rarest and most important thing that's ever happened in the universe. Do it. Also, most of the existence of humanity, there were no PS5s. So if you're one of the few humans that gets to exist at the same time as PS5s, you might as well go for it and enjoy it. Imagine describing a PS5 to some medieval child. Like, you're living in the future, what you have access to is insane. Relish in it, my dude. Go relish in it. Have you ever had a migraine? And if so, how did you deal with it? I've occasionally gotten headaches, but I don't think I've ever had a migraine in my life. I don't mean to brag. I have other health issues, but I never have migraines. I don't know what that is. I don't really get them after drinking, and I don't really get them as a general problem in my life. It's really, really rare if I ever do, but they're just headaches. They're never migraines. How can I hold my feelings for someone too guilty for thinking I found the one after the second date? Then when they ghost, I'm thinking, what the fuck? And my brain goes so fast I can't keep up. Okay, so like you have been ghosted by someone you went on a date with and you don't know how to deal with the feelings? I would say like you can't control how other people feel about you. And sometimes you're gonna want someone more than they want you. It's unreasonable in life to expect that everyone you're ever attracted to will want you. I wish the world could be like that. It's not going to be like that. Um, and so it's awesome to feel love. Like the sensation of attraction and love is an amazing feeling. No matter how fleeting it is, I don't think you should ever regret or feel ashamed for getting attached to someone. I'm just sorry it didn't work out this time. But the bright side is when you go and get with someone and they like you back and it all goes well and you're really happy and it works out for years and years and years, you're going to look back at this situation and be really fucking glad it didn't turn into anything because then you wouldn't have actually found the person you were meant to be with. So, even though it sucks right now, one day you'll be glad that this didn't work out. It's hard and it doesn't feel good, but it happens and it's okay. Yeah, sometimes I sit there and I go, yeah, this is a normal thing to feel. It just sucks. And I'll sit with the feeling and I'll just let myself feel it. I'll be like, ah, and I'll be like disappointed, or I'll be sad about something. I'll be like, yep, supposed to be sad about that. And I will just sit with the sadness and be like, yep, that is a feeling I'm supposed to feel. It is one of the broad spectrums of feelings that we get to have as a human being. And I think deep down we know that there is value in negative feelings too, like loss, because like we will watch movies with loss in and we will cry over hypothetical dogs that didn't even fucking die because it's just a show. Like, and we will do that to ourselves for our own entertainment. Because every feeling, even the hard ones, are worth feeling, and to some degree a privilege to feel. Meant to be with. Anita, do you believe in fate? No, I think fate is bullshit. You're allowed to believe in fate, but I don't think fate exists, and I don't think that there's one person out there who's meant to be with you. Not in a like one true love kind of sense. I feel like love is cultivated, and it's kind of a skill. Having a good, sound, happy relationship long term is skillful. I don't think it's like you just have to get lucky and find someone you get on with that's meant for you out of all the billions of people. There's just one person tailor made to make your life right. Because I feel like that's kind of myopic and selfish to think. I think like you have to be kind of a bit self absorbed to think that somebody else was made just to complete you and make you happy. That's not real. Like, I think you could be really good, like, and really have a lot of connection, charisma, just like really get on with each other and still fuck it up because it's like your first relationship and there's a bunch of stuff that you haven't figured out about coexisting with another human yet. Um, and you could get with someone and be up with them for years, even though initially you didn't really like them that much. I think both of those are relationships that some people have experienced, right? So I think that love is something that can be cultivated. Really, truly deep, happy love with someone that is right for you is something that is created. I don't think you can force people to like you, but I do think that you have to develop the right kind of person within yourself to be able to have a long-term happy relationship. And we've learned a lot about love. We can induce it in people. Like we can force people to fall in love with each other, which is really interesting. There was a scientist who made two like random people. He got three sets of two random people and he put them in a room together. And he said, I'm going to make these three couples fall in love. They're complete strangers. I'm going to get them to fall in love. And two out of three of them ended up married. And all he did was have them sit in silence and stare into each other's eyes for like an hour and do nothing else. So I think like there's a certain level of neurochemistry involved and instinct. I don't think it's all about like this one person and you just have to bump into them someday. Like I don't think it's like that. I love how me and the Twitch people are just jamming, but like the YouTube people have no idea that there's even music. Uh-uh. But I also feel like one day, if we ever prove that the multiverse theory is true and that for every possibility there's an alternate reality where that possibility is real, so every time you flip a coin, you're birthing a bunch of universes. I don't know if that's true, but if it were true, then that means there is no such thing as fate. Because in every single one of those universes, people would say it's fate. The way that everything happened was so specific, it had to be designed. And it was like, there's only one option. And as time passes, every single potential universe that could ever exist is going to get progressively more complex. It's just going to look complex. That's it. It doesn't mean it was designed or specific or anyone decided how it was going to go. But also, I kind of also hope there is no fate because the person designing it must be fucking miserable. Can you imagine how much eternal micromanaging to make everything happen how it should? Controlling the breeze and exactly how much pressure every wave has, exactly how many eggs a fish lays, like every single blink and itch, everything you ever do, everything like burning everyone's toast at the right time so that they're late enough to meet the right person and it would take an eternity and you'd have to stop time and micromanage every last fucking thing. I would never wish that on anyone. To be an eternal being and have to micromanage everything that happens in the entire universe forever. Because eternity is already a long time, but for them, to manage all of that at once, it has to be infinitely several times the eternity that the existence of the universe actually is. So, for all our sakes, I really hope there is no fucking fate, because for there to be a fate, there has to be someone who decided how it all went. In order for that person to exist, there has to be someone eternally suffering. Night sister, thank you. I'm glad I still get to do this too, Night sister. Thanks for the bits. And Casanova, thanks so much for the prime. It's kind of like people like, do you believe in an afterlife? And I'm like, no, and I really hope there isn't one because, could you imagine how many weird perverts are watching Britney Spears every time she takes a shit? If there's an afterlife, can you imagine how many ghosts are just all crowded around in her bathroom every time? Like, I hope there are no ghosts because there are a lot of perverted people in this world that I do not want to be invisible and have infinite access to everything and be able to walk through walls. Also, I do not want to be a spirit version of myself, watching myself receive the corkscrew, watching my body get prepared for burial, and just standing and moping by my grave. I don't want that. That doesn't sound fun. I hope I'm not there for my own funeral. I hope I'm not watching. Do whatever the fuck you like. Like, whatever. But me having to watch it, I feel so awkward. What about the corkscrew? No, the corpse screw. So there is a butt plug that it has a screw. It's like a nail, but short and wide. And they pack your ass full of cotton, and then they put the corkscrew in there to stop any gases and stuff like coming out of you, so that when you're in your coffin and you're having your funeral, you don't like fart or groan or like yeah, because you excrete a lot of stuff. You leak things, and gases build up in you. Right. Yeah. Morticians will talk about how the dead will quite often go, ah, or sometimes scream, and make vocalizations because gases build up in their lungs and in their like chest cavity and escape through their mouth. So you really have to not be superstitious to be a mortician because you're going to hear a lot of dead people speak. You're going to hear a lot of dead people say, well, seem alive. Do you believe in reincarnation? Not presently, but I wouldn't rule it out. I mean, I'm sure with further evidence, I could believe it if it was proven. But I feel like a lot of the evidence we currently have. So, people have like regressions and stuff like that. But quite often, people who hold regressions quite often notice that a lot of people suspiciously remember historical figures. Like so many people think they were Cleopatra in ancient Egypt, for example, right? And then on top of that, you add the fact that I inherited a memory from my dad while he was still alive that he never shared with me. And when that incident happened to me, I started looking into things like genetic memory and how like there are studies like they'll scare a bunch of mice and with a specific sound and traumatize them. And then two generations down from those mice who've never heard that sound before in their life hear it and are deathly afraid. Whereas mice who are not descendants of the traumatized mice have no idea about the sound and carry on like things are normal. And so I don't necessarily think that those mice are reincarnations of their ancestor. I think that genetic information, including fears and loves and behavioral traits, can get passed down in your DNA. And we are learning the mechanisms behind this. And so, like, I think if there was other proof than like historical memories that people have, um, I would be more inclined to believe in it. But at present, if regression and like memories of past lives are the only evidence, then I think it's unlikely and that it's more likely a genetic phenomenon and that we are just starting to unravel and prove and verify the reasons why this happens. So, for example, people who receive organ donors, transplanted organs, sometimes develop the preferences and behaviors of their organ donor. So, like people who've never played the piano suddenly take up the piano after receiving a pianist's, I don't know, eyes, corneal, or like heart or liver or whatever, right? So we know that we don't just process information with our brains. We have neurons running through the rest of our body. And so some parts of our behavior and our actions and our memories and our fears and our loves are stored physically, genetically, physically in the structures of our body. And that somehow we are now unraveling the fact that we can inherit some of this stuff as well, which is so interesting. Not just transplant it, but inherit it. And that suggests to me that, yeah, I think that if you were looking at someone remembering a house that nobody's lived in for like 100 years and things like this might seem really obscure and weird. Like 50, 60 years ago, you might think maybe it's a past life, but now you might think maybe you're related to that person. And so, yeah, I'm as cool as it, I really wish that there was reincarnation because I think in a way it would be justice. I think that if you eat meat, then it would be just that you live 1,000 times as every pig you've eaten. Like, I feel like that would kind of add a certain level of peace to the world, you know? That you are going to live the actions and the impacts that you cause. You're going to have to be every person that you wronged one day, and you're going to have to be everyone who wronged you one day too. I think that that would make the world a fairer place. I think I'd be fine with that. But I don't necessarily think that it's happening just because it would be cool if reincarnation exists. What if reincarnation was becoming a different person in another universe? Well, then there'd be no way to prove that. There'd be no way to know. So I guess it wouldn't be worth speculating at that point. Would you rather be a werewolf every full moon or the Hulk when very angry? I've never seen the Hulk movies. Is the Hulk still in control of himself? Depends. Nick, thank you so much. Because, like, first thoughts would be maybe be a werewolf, because then you only have to be a danger to everyone once a month instead of just every time I'm angry. But then there's another part of me that's like, Does the Hulk only ever become dangerous whenever there is an injustice? Because then it kind of just is course correction, right? Then it's just, wow, then you just suddenly have the power to fix injustice. Werewolves make other werewolves, though, whereas the Hulk doesn't make more Hulks. That's true. That's very true. But I feel like in real life, being a Hulk could be really dangerous. Like, what if you get uncontrollably angry in a lift and accidentally smush everyone else inside the lift because you expand? Like, you can chain yourself up once a month, but you can't really reliably not be a danger to everyone all of the time. The Hulk with Tourette's would be genuinely terrifying. I don't know, because having Tourette's doesn't make you randomly angry usually. I mean, I do have tick emotions, it's true. But, like, I would still say, like, I think the most it would change things is just what kinds of things that the Hulk say. Like, instead of being like, Hulk angry, it'd be like, Hulk fists your dad. Crystals, there we go. Fellow big titty girl here. Do you have any remedies when dealing with the heat? I'm looking forward to the hot weather. I'm not looking forward to the hot weather with two big heaters strapped to me. Ah, thank you, Hell Driver. Um, how do I put this in a way that doesn't? So I'm aware we're having this conversation in front of a bunch of dudes. So let me just think tactically about my suggestions here. Number one, there is such a thing as cooling bras, so that might be worth looking into. Number two, have recognizing where the coolest places in your house is a helpful way to stay cool. Um, Number three is I feel like your bras are everything. So making sure you got enough lift that your boobs aren't like just laying on your chest. So there isn't that like moist cleft between your chest and your underboob. I feel like that's an important thing to establish in the hot weather because the sweat can build up, create a moist environment, and you can apparently get like yeast infections under your boob. So like boob sweat is the like primary thing you need to be managing there. You don't want to be wearing those thick push-up bras in the middle of summer while you're going about your day. But, if you have to boob sweat, maybe, I don't know, try to make the best of a bad situation. I'm sure somebody would buy it. I'm so sure that gamer girl boob sweat would absolutely either be an energy drink, a beer, or like some sort of like 1,000 pounds a jar level stuff. So, like, if you can't win the fight, at least profit. Man, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thanks for the 2 year sub. That's huge. Why do so many attractive people, have terrible personalities? I mean, I'll give you top three reasons. Number one is I kind of feel like a lot of people project onto beautiful people an idea of them at a distance because they're like, I desire you. I want you to be everything that I want. I want you to have my politics. I want you to have my religion. I want you to have my diet. I want you to have my hobbies, these sorts of things. And so, like, quite a lot of people kind of project onto attractive people until they actually meet them. And then they're their own person with their own interests and hobbies and can be quite disappointing. And I see that happen quite often. So sometimes it's not even the beautiful person's fault. They're not terrible. It's just people build up their expectations when they look at someone attractive. They just really hope you're going to get on and have so much in common, and you don't. Another thing that happens is that because of the halo effect, a lot of people will get endless positive feedback regardless of whether or not they're actually being funny or kind or good. And this means that if you have, like, say, if you're an attractive girl and there's a bunch of guys around you who will laugh at all of your jokes even when they're not funny because they want to sleep with you, then you never learn any real social skills because you're never getting any genuine feedback. And it means that you get away with a lot more than most other people would, so you don't realize when you're pushing boundaries. But you have a low tolerance for those boundaries being pushed yourself because few people will ever risk displeasing you. So it might have a similar impact in some social circles as being rich, where you just end up being crafted into a terrible person because you're not given as often as like genuine feedback and honest feedback as everybody else would get. But then there's the other part of it, which is that a lot of them are fucking traumatized because being pretty is traumatizing. People are several times more likely to stalk you, rape you, get jealous of you. Women who are attractive are several times more likely to either be fired or not employed by a office group which has where a woman decides whether or not you work with them and things like this. So you experience a lot of like passive sabotage, jealousy, and just terrible things. And it can make you quite guarded, quite traumatized, and give you a lot of social struggles, a lot of social anxiety, and a lot of general fear of people, which can make you quite hostile and guarded. And so, like, those are just three of the reasons why you won't necessarily get on with someone just because you think they're beautiful. But also, I'll add in there, you're not going to get on with most people. Most people are not going to be perfect for you or gel well with you or like be the perfect friend for you. And that's okay. Um, I think whether they're attractive is neither here nor there, but being attractive is rare. So being attractive and having everything in common with you and being really like just gelling well, will be even rarer. How can you talk so much and not get thirsty? I'll be honest with you, I'm getting thirsty. Joe Hobby Show says, I have Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, painful and weak joints, and I often struggle with motivation for my YouTube channel. Any advice for keeping up motivation for content creation for me? I have Ehlers-Danlos syndrome too. Uh, so I'm just gonna lay it out there. Everything I struggle with, I've been struggling with for years. One of the main things that I do is I make content creation as easy as possible because I know that I quite reliably am going to have a few days where I don't have time, I don't have energy to plan, pre record, and do shit. So I have an easy day for streaming and I have an easy day for YouTube. And the easy day for YouTube is I just get my editor to troll through my previous streams and make a compilation video. And that means that I don't have to pre record anything because the content is already there and I don't have to do anything about it. It's already made, it already exists. It's someone else's problem. And that's helpful. I just have to review it and post it. Then my easy day for streaming is videos day, Saturday, where I just sit and my whole job is to just enjoy videos with you. And I don't have to think of what to say and I don't have to keep you entertained. We can just be entertained together. And so that takes me off the hook, not just for that day, but the planning in between. Yeah, brain off kind of stream, which means that for two of my jobs, YouTube and Twitch, I've got some leeway for days where I don't have energy and things are a struggle. But there'll always reliably still be something there. Oh, thank you, Nurexibi. I appreciate the sweet words, and I'm glad that you managed to catch some of my content, even though it's not your first language. Yeah, the trick is not to get more skilled, it's to just make everything that you have to do as easy as possible. How difficult is it to find a romantic connection as an influencer? Pretty fucking hard. I'll say that. It adds a few extra tiers to the difficulty level of finding a relationship because you have to find someone who isn't obsessed with you because they're a viewer. You have to watch your safety. It's really hard to go on dates with people because you don't want to tell people where you live and things like this when you're a content creator because someone could harass you or dox you. Like everything just becomes quite a big challenge where it shouldn't be. Um, And also, if the relationship doesn't work out, then this person can just put you on blast to all of your followers, which is really tough because, like, if you had a bad breakup and you worked in a shop or a bank or whatever, how the breakup went would not influence your job or your pay whatsoever. But like you could literally take a pay cut or even get fired from your job if everybody believes like an ex's version of events or something. And so there's a lot of pressure to get in a relationship where you really get on and everything is really perfect and they're really reasonable, which is a hard person to find, you know? And people who are also streamers aren't that doesn't necessarily make them safer at all or change any of those problems. And getting with someone who's a viewer is a power dynamic. So it's hard to find a way to do that ethically. And the worst part about that is you might meet someone who has no idea what you do. So that so the power dynamic is gone. And then they'll find your content and suddenly become a huge fan and act like a fan. And they've just brought the power dynamic, the unethical power dynamic, to the table and into the whole process. So yeah, it's got its challenges. Absolutely. It's a complex situation to be in. BVB! Hello, sweetheart. Thank you for the 9 month month. See, my mouth isn't working. I definitely need a drink. Then go get water. Will you still be here if I if I quickly get a drink? Pia's water dish is right there. No? Oh my god. I'll lose all of my mods if I get a drink. I guess I'm just gonna die. I guess I'm just gonna have to shrivel up and desiccate. What do you do when you want to pet a cat and there is no cat? Genuine question. I just cry. I have a cat deficiency. I don't have a cat. I can't right now because I got all these prey animals in the house and I love them. And I wouldn't want to put them in danger. So I haven't got a cat. And it hurts. Hi, I have a question. I see that you're from the UK. What is the correct way to say water? However the fuck you want. You're still gonna be able to drink it. Like you could say water, water. How do the Americans say water with a D? Babe, give me some water. I just love how British people when we say beer can, it sounds like a Jamaican saying bacon. Give me some beer can. How do you stay motivated as an artist slash creator in the beginning stages when you have very little visible success? Because you find something that you love doing regardless of whether other people appreciate it. So when you love making something, it doesn't matter whether other people like it. So find something that you just have fun with, that the act itself is fun. And that way it won't be demoralizing no matter what the viewer count is, no matter what the like count is. I think that's a really important place to start because you can build your portfolio in peace and never have to motivate yourself or drag yourself out to do it. Because the more you force yourself to do things that you don't want to do, the sooner you kill your love of what you're doing. And then it's just going to be a really hard job from there. Hey, Anita, what are your thoughts on the UK banning harmful social media for under 16s? I mean, I'm curious how this is going to turn out. Like, I'm curious on how you can fucking enforce it, because there are going to be some negligent parents who are just like, I don't see the problem. You can have a Facebook. You can just lie about it. It's all right. So, like, I feel like you're going to need some parents to preside over this to help actually be achievable, right? So that's the first thing. Like, is this even possible? Are people just going to get around it? And then, if it is possible, I want to see whether or not British kids are smarter and less rapey. Because, like, as soon as we got the internet, like little kids, the average age of like boys seeing porn for the first time was like 8 or 9 years old. And what this led to was a lot of really horrific things happening in schools, like to an epidemic level, like young boys dragging young girls into the toilets at primary school and gang horrible things happening to them. Um, at my school, there was a rape game where all the boys would shout "rape, rape" and just chase a girl and grope her if they could catch up with her. Um, so like things got really, really fucking dire, and a lot of kids were emulating porn. A lot of them were having their first sexual experiences really early, and then trying to emulate the power dynamics in porn. So they were doing horrifically traumatizing and really degrading things to young girls because they thought that's just what sex is, because they were learning from porn. A lot of young girls were developing eating disorders and body dysmorphia because they didn't understand that they were looking at Instagram filters and things like this. And basically, there's a lot of like really severely aggressively dysfunctional behavior and mental health issues that come from giving children access to the entire adult world unfiltered in an instant to their fingertips in the privacy of their own bedroom with no supervision from adults. I do think it's fucked up a generation. I grew up with that generation where it first started happening, and I watched them progressively get more fucked up, and it was horrible to deal with, horrible to watch. And I do think that there does need to be some sort of solution. I don't know what that solution is. I'm not an expert in fixing kids or raising kids, but I do think that something does need to be done. And I think it's promising that a bunch of countries, not just the UK, have all come together and created limitations on what kids have access to, because we're supposed to be drip fed reality and growth at a rate our brains can expand into. And we are just getting everything from terrorist beheadings to hardcore porn to bullies and stalkers and just crazy, awful shit in an instant, like before you hit the age of 10. So you do not neurologically have the equipment to process all of that at that age. And I do think it's affecting us. I think it's fucking us up. Would age verification help or make it worse? On the one hand, I kind of wish we could live in a world where everything that you accessed online was traceable by, like, private it to the public, but traceable to some sort of over presiding governing body. I think it would make the world a better place. However, I don't know of a single government or presiding body I would trust with that right now. That's the issue. Like, if I could trust that everything I did online could be known to like an algorithm that will only ever flag it or share it if I was trying to hurt kids or, was showing signs that I was going to blow up a building, right? Or was looking up ingredients to like poison my spouse or some shit. But like no human would ever clap eyes on what I was up to unless it was a red flag. And even then only to the authorities. Like I would want a world like that. But I don't want to be surveilled by our current government. I don't trust them with that information. I don't. The amount of propaganda and the amount of manipulation, the amount of assassinations politically that have happened and things like this, I don't have a organization or a government that I would trust with that information right now. So even though I kind of want it, I don't want it. In an ideal world, it would be real. Because for me, like, I am a woman on the internet and I would love for every guy who sent me a dick pic to go to prison. Technically, it is illegal, and you can get thrown in prison for sending a dick pic. It's called digital flashing now. But, like, how is that even enforced? And, like, do the police have the time and energy to do it? And it's like, if it was really easy and there was an over-presiding global algorithm that could just trace all of your behavior online and never told a soul unless you were doing something awful, no human would ever clap eyes on it unless, it was time to protect someone from harm. I want that world. I want that level of accountability. Because, like, we're spending more and more of our time online. We're spending more and more of our lives online. Like, some days I blink and I've spent 8 hours scrolling in a day. That's most of the time I'm awake. Holy shit. And that's happened to me before. And it's like, if you're spending most of your time online and that's where you're getting harassed, threatened, stalked, lied to, where people are trying to find where you live or harm you, like, if that's where like you're living, there should be laws to protect you there too. I'll never understand the appeal of doing sending dick pics. I looked into the studies that we've done on people who send dick pics non-consensually, and one of the largest chunks of senders in the study were people who genuinely thought that if they sent us a picture of their dick, that they would get a picture of genitals in return. They genuinely thought that a woman would share a picture of her privates if he initiated first. Even if she'd never spoken to him before, did not know him, and he was just a random person who saw her comment on something on, like, Facebook. So stupid people. Yeah, and I'm really hoping that they die without breeding, because I feel like that should be a level of natural selection. Like, being the unimpressive to women is not a crime, and I don't think you should be punished for that, but, like, showing your dick to random people who don't want to see it, I think your genes should die out. It's like when the pigeons do the powwow dance to seduce the girl, and she's like not impressed by his powwow dance, and they rather callously just turn their back and carry on eating. And I'm like, whatever, dude. And he's like, oh, and he doesn't get to pass on his genes because he wasn't impressive with the dance. I kind of feel like that is nature telling us that some unimpressive behavior should not exist. Like some people who are stupid enough to do that kind of thing shouldn't have descendants. I'm not saying they should die, but I wouldn't trust them to reproduce. I wouldn't trust someone who sends dick pics to successfully raise a child. Because that is dangerously stupid. How's about female spiders eating the males? I'm only 5'2". I don't need that much food. I don't think it would be good for me either. In this day and age, humans are full of saturated fats. I don't think I could finish one by myself. So I'm just gonna stick with not fucking the ones that send dick pics. I think that's good. So far as a approach is working for me. I'm 5'4". I'm short as fuck. Dude, Meb Jr. Are you trying to convince me to eat you? Is this some sort of cannibal kink? Like I'm sitting here like I don't really want to eat people who send me dick pics. I'm good. And you're like, but I'm only 5'4". I'm short as fuck. I'm sure you can finish me. You know? The rest of me will keep in the fridge. There ain't a lot of meat. Oh, come on. That's not what I meant. Well, that was a really interesting way to put whatever the fuck your point was across. I'm not hating. It's kind of funny, but like, yeah, might want to go back to the drawing board with whatever the fuck you were trying to convey. Do you like falafels? I did. And you know what happened? The fucking early 2000s. The early 2000s ruined me for falafel because I went vegan at 16. I'm 36 now. I've been vegan 20 years. 20 years. I'll tell you, back in my day, veganism was hard, okay? The only options if you were eating out were bitch or bitch or bitch or bitch or salad or chips. You could have the chips or the salad. And even then, some people deep fried the chips in animal fat, and some people put honey and fucking dairy in their fucking drizzles. They were drizzling weird fluids on all over their leaves and shit, right? So, like, you were like, I'll take the chips and salad. Unless, right? And then you'd have to interrogate them. You'd have to go back into the kitchen with a fork and be, what did you put in this deep fry? What is that? Is that seed oil, bitch? That better be seed oil. I'm watching you. Right? And so it was a bother. And then veganism started to go up on the upswing. And like the amount of people who are vegan was like doubling every year. And people like, there's some money to be made here. Let's make some vegan options. And you know what? Every single vegan option was everywhere. Everywhere. Fucking falafel. Okay? The new vegan wrap at the co-op. Vegan falafel wrap. The new vegan dish. The sole vegan option at your local restaurant. Falafel. Okay? You go to a festival, the only thing that any stands would have that was a vegan option, falafel. Falafel was suddenly everywhere. And so whenever I was traveling, whenever I was away from home and I needed a snack, I'd be like, oh, I need to eat. And the only thing I could eat was falafel. And at first it was like, oh, a vegan option. I love this. I have something I can have and I don't have to question it and I don't have to interrogate anyone. I don't have to threaten anyone with a spatula in the back of the house, right? And I was like, this is great. This is great. Yum. Yay. And then it was all I could eat anywhere I went. And it went from a treat to these round, dry balls of spiced bread. And I was like, yay. Falafel. Again. My favorite. Oh, what a surprise. Falafel. And they started putting it everywhere. Everywhere it didn't belong, they were putting it on fucking pizza. And like, I just get flashbacks of being 17 and not being able to cook. And just my entire year being a montage of round, dry, brown balls everywhere I went. And so when I see falafel now, I'm just like, no, not again. I can't go back. Please. Anything. Thoughts on tofu? I think that everyone on this planet likes tofu. If you think you don't like tofu, it's just a skill issue because tofu can taste like anything. You can blend it and make it into a mousse and make it into like a chocolatey dessert. You can bake it into cakes. You can make it crispy. You can make it chewy. You can make it soft. You can make it any texture, any flavor you fucking want. There is, no matter who you are, a tofu out there for everyone. And the reason why some people don't like it is because they eat it raw out of the package and it tastes like a wet sponge. And I'm like, yeah, you fucking psycho. Don't eat it raw. That's like someone saying, I tried chicken once, straight out of the packet, raw, uncooked. Wasn't for me. I don't think I like chicken. And like, if I said that to people, they'd be like, what the fuck is wrong with you, you idiot? And that's how I feel when people say they don't like tofu. Because tofu is like the switch of the food world. Like, it is a shapeshifter. It will change into anything you want. Anything. It can roleplay as anything you want. It could be a cheesecake. It could be a meat replacement. It can be fucking anything. It's just an insane food. It's so versatile. You could probably make bread out of it. You could probably build a house out of it. It's just insane. You could probably fix your car with tofu. It's just the Swiss Army knife of food. Cheesecake, dead ass. Yeah, it's really fucking good, and you wouldn't know it had cheesecake in it at all. Like, it is just a building block. It's kind of like wheat. You know what I mean? As far as ingredients go, it's just like an all-rounder. And sometimes it can steal the show. Sometimes it can be just in and of itself just incredible. But a lot of the times, it's at its most powerful when you MacGyver it into something cooler. Yeah, it makes a fantastic pasta sauce. Like, you can blend pasta into a rich fucking you can blend tofu into a rich fucking pasta sauce. Like, tofu is a slut. You can put it in anything and it will work. It will do its magic and it will satisfy you. Who's gonna win the Knicks or the Spurs? I don't even know who those are. I'm gonna go with Spurs. Is tofu what boba's made out of? No, I don't think it is. I think boba is typically a like guar gum. Isn't that like made of seaweed or some shit? Whereas tofu is made out of bean. You know how like coffee's a bean juice? Well, tofu is bean juice. It's basically what cheese is to milk. Tofu is that, but for beans. It's the curdled, hardened, like fermented version, I believe. Yeah, tapioca. There we go. We got there in the end. I do not have enough self-control for boba though. I don't know. I think it's for people with better control over their operating system. But the sound that it make when I drink boba is because like I can never just gently suck up a few balls and chew them. Like it's like it either doesn't come up the straw or it just fucking quick fires right down me. And it's just suddenly way further in than I agreed to. In the worst possible way. I'm quite proficient in ball sucking management, so this sounds like a skill. That's such a funny joke. I was introducing the person, the guy who manages my emails for me. I won't say who it is. But I was like, I turned to him jokingly and said, "You must see so much dick. I'm so sorry." About my emails, and he went, "Yeah, both before and after I worked for you." Which is not the response I was expecting. It was great. It's such a peaks response. Yeah, funnily enough, I do draw a lot of the kind of guys who would make that joke around me, intentionally or not. Like, most of the people I work with, interact with regularly, or just know are the kind of men who would say that shit. I don't know why. They homies. I mean, yeah, I'm just thinking, like, when I played Overwatch, my regular friends that I used to play the most with were just a bunch of gay guys as well. She draws the gay out of men. I mean, I don't know if that's the case. I don't know if that's a good thing if that is the case, though. Like, if spending time with me really makes you just appreciate men so much more, I don't know what I'm doing. Like, that is worrying. Does that mean I count as a form of conversion therapy? And if so, can I start charging? Or am I a hate crime now against straight people? Because yeah, you saying, what do you mean a hate crime? Well, it's kind of a hate crime against gay people to have conversion therapy where you make people, you try to force them to be straight, right? So if I just by people being in my proximity, am accidentally making them all gay, that would make me a form of conversion therapy. So either I deserve a paycheck or prison. I haven't decided yet. But it's unintentional, so it's not a crime. I don't know. If I tripped and stabbed someone, I'd probably still end up in prison somehow, Juice. I don't know. Accidental murder is a crime. Oh, yeah. See? I'm in danger. Are you turning only males or also females? Okay, so that is a good question because I have a lot of female friends, and whenever I ask if they're straight, I never get an answer that's straight. I barely know any straight women. It's quite concerning. I don't know what's going on here. And I don't know if it's my fault or just my vibe, attracting my tribe. I don't know. Like, there was a part of me that was just like, are there straight women? Are straight women a real thing? Or are you just all fucking spaghetti? Are you all just straight until you get wet? Like, what is happening here? And like, where I'm standing with this right now is I think that most women are bi because most humans are bi. And that the only reason why so many people think they're straight is because we don't live in a society that would let them admit to it or explore the feelings that they're having. Um, and so I just think we're more like bonobos than chimps. That's my thing. I think we're a primate with the sexual proclivities of a bonobo. I think a lot of us are by default bisexual and that it has an evolutionary benefit, but that the straight people do exist, obviously, and gay people do exist, but I think people are more in the middle spectrum than they realize. And if you went by the people that I directly experienced in life, and like that is thousands of people at this point, if I went off my personal experiences alone, I would genuinely think that we are a species that is at least 75% bisexual. But I'm not gonna, that's very, very not scientific to just go by personal anecdotes. So I'm not gonna do that, because there might be some biases involved in that somehow. Maybe straight women just find me unbearable for reasons I don't know yet. Maybe it's because I stomp around too much. The guy! Thank you so much. Maybe you attract gay people. But how do you do that? Because that is not an intentional quality. If I have that quality, I don't know how. I don't know. You tell us. I don't know. Oh, you think I'm turning all the women bi? See, that's quite the compliment. That is quite the compliment, but I don't think I can take credit. I think they knew they were bi before they met me. I don't think it's just me walking up to them and going, "Hey, are you into women?" And they're like, "I am now. Holy shit! Why are you asking?" I wish that was the reason. That would be great. It's your open-mindedness. I hope that's not the reason. I'll be straight with you. It's a good guess. I hope it's not the reason. I hope that it's not just because most people are awful and judgmental to them and I'm just not, because what a terrible, terrible filter. Because that's, being open-minded and not giving a shit who you love and just being glad that you love someone should just be the default. I hope it's not that they just don't have very many options for acceptance and that there is just something genuinely awesome about me that, gay people really vibe with. I would love for it to be that, but you might be right. Maybe it's just because I'm generally unfazed and happy for people. Because that is my default state of being, and it gets me invited to a lot of orgies when I've never been to an orgy in my life, but apparently I just give off orgy vibes. That people can ask me, and if I say no, I'm not gonna be mad or spread rumors about you or nothing. I'm just gonna be like, flattered, not my thing, have fun. But I do find it shocking because I'm like, what? That is not a common thing that people get invited to so often. Why do I keep giving out this vibe? Like, that is a very specific niche vibe that I'm giving off. I identify as a straight person, lol. You know what? With a username like normal name 645, that was actually quite a predictable response. This is the least surprised I've ever been in my life. What makes men attractive? To who? To who? Because, like, to me, to other men, to, like, the public in general? What? Because, like, I don't think I can nail down a specific singular male quality that I'm attracted to. I've dated men, but, like, I've dated them for qualities I'd also find attractive in a woman. So I don't think they're, like, masculine in that these qualities could be on anyone and I'd find them attractive, but they just happened to be on men at the time. Why would I be gay if I could date women? But women could say that. Why would I be straight if I could date women? I mean, come on, it's women. You know, a lot by women say that, but then they still end up dating men. Do you know why? Do you know why that's a thing? Uh-uh. Salsa time? I don't think it's the salsa. I think it's because men are just more available than women. And it's really, really rare to come across an attractive woman that is also kind of gay, who then on top of that is into you. But men are prolific and are way more into women in general. So your chances of finding a man who's interested in you are like way, way higher, several times higher. I don't understand male gaze. I kind of feel like it's very basic and easy to understand gay men. Like, if you're just like, I don't get it, why are you gay? Like, you just stood outside a gay club, like, going, I'm so confused. What are you doing? Why are you doing that? Can everyone see that they're gay? I don't know what's happening and why, right? If you're in that situation, it's like, as a woman, it's like, yes, penis can be quite fun. Am I surprised that many people enjoy penis? Even people who've already got a cock? Absolutely. You know, I feel like some days, even straight men can admit, sometimes you can never have enough cock. Because they're sat there looking at theirs and they're like, I wish I had more cock. Maybe for different reasons. But most people who have any even slightest amount of admiration for cock usually just wish there was more of it. So that's a pretty basic concept. Yeah, it is. Exactly. I'm laughing in public, lol. Good. I love tits. I love tits. Women. Even lesbians enjoy plastic cocks. Yeah, but like quite often, a lot of lesbians will specifically buy cocks that don't look like cocks, that are just like a frond with no discernible, dickable features. So, like, yes, you can buy one with a penis like tip and a little notch in the end, but you can also buy ones that are just a smooth, non dick like appendage. And there are plenty of lesbians who are like, I will buy a toy, but not if it reminds me of a dick. You. I think the whole point is I don't want a dick to be here. And sometimes they just look outlandishly weird. I'm just gonna lay that out there. Like, you know, you have press one if you know about the little bunny with the little rabbit ears on a vibrator. Like, you have the vibrator that is the main event, the stick that goes all the way in, and then you have like a little rabbit who sits here and goes on the outside. Okay, did you know that there's a dolphin version? Press three if you knew there was a dolphin version. So it looks nothing like a dick, but it looks kind of like a dolphin. So, like a dolphin, as in a whole ass dolphin, not a dolphin appendage. Just like everything. Just like a little mini dolphin that sits on the outside. Yeah, I've seen them. Crazy stuff. So it's like, ooh, even the lesbians like it when they have something that looks like a dick. Even the lesbians want a dick. And I'm like, no, they want a dolphin. They have evolved way past the penis. Tentacle? Yeah, I forget that that happens. I have a fear of tentacles, so I try not to dwell on the fact that those are also an appendage you can buy for intimate use because ah, ugh. I don't want to yuck your yum. I'm sure many people are enjoying those thoroughly, but like it's actual nightmare fuel for me. Nuh-uh. That's like getting a fucking spider-shaped dildo for an arachnophobe. No. Peaks. Do you have a filter? Peaks none. Like, is that some have you ever thought before you said a single thing in your life? The amount of mental images I have been assaulted with since you became not even since you became mod, you've been in chat a long while now. And if I didn't have the capacity to imagine things in my mind, it would have been a pleasure to have you these past years. What is that thing you get, like, where you can't imagine shit? Men. Men can imagine shit. That's a thing. Aphantasia. Okay. If you have aphantasia, Peaksnon is a great guy. Absolute riot. Just as long as you can't picture a single fucking thing he says. I have aphantasia, so everything I say doesn't exist beyond words. That makes so much fucking sense. You know what? That makes. I suddenly understand everything you've ever said in the entire time I've known you. How many years has it been? I feel like at one point you hadn't even graduated yet. I feel like I've watched you grow up. No, no, really? Okay. Having an imagination just makes these conversations more interesting. So I have a really vivid imagination. I'm a creator. I can build and visualize and rotate things in my head. I'm very spatially aware. I can look at an item and I won't know how big it measures because I don't really understand measurements very good. But if you show me a table and go, will this fit in this living room? I can look at the table in another room and look at the living room and go, no. And be completely right. Like to the millimeter. I can estimate the size of something as a concept, but just not as a digit, not as a number. I also have it at B. Holtzman. So, like, that's really interesting that so many people have it because, like, it's a key aspect of my ability to function. And if I couldn't imagine how things are, I don't think I'd be able to get this far in life. Like, I imagine so much stuff. I guess we all do things differently. Like, have you ever seen a rat do this? You ever seen a rat do that? Yeah, like that, exactly like that, Juice. You know what they're doing? Even the rat in that little meme that you're posting right there in Twitch chat, that is that rat has red eyes. So rats with red eyes and albino rats with red eyes, they don't have depth perception. So when you put an object in front of you and you close one eye, you can't tell how far away it is anymore. So like doing this and trying to grab it, like when I have one eye closed, it's so hard to actually get it without course correcting as you go around and feel, right? But when you close one eye and you do this, it's suddenly so much easier to tell how far away it is. And you can get it, right? So when you do this, it changes everything around the object ever so slightly so you can see where it is relative to things. So if a rat does that, if it starts doing a little shimmy shimmy, it's not doing a groove. It's not like busting out some moves. It's literally going to jump on you. They do that before they jump to ascertain how far they have to jump because they have no depth perception without swaying. My cat does that. There's something wrong with your cat. Because I don't think cats are supposed to have that. What, when she's hunting? Well, if they do a butt wiggle is different. If they're just shaking their butt, that's different. But if their whole head is doing this, if the front end is swaying, not the back end. Most cats do a butt wiggle. We're talking about swaying your head for depth perception. My girlfriend of 3 years and I are mid breakup. Her job pulled her away, and we haven't finished the conversation, but I'm just a mess. We were planning to get engaged, and I couldn't go through with it. How do you all treat your partner and yourselves with grace in the worst of times? I think what's beautiful about this is that you both understand where each other's coming from, and it's not because one of you betrayed the other or did something mean to each other, it's just not working out. And I think, like, that's the most beautiful way to break up is to just know that what you want from life and realize early on before things fall apart and before you end up hurting each other that maybe you need to go in a different direction. And it's so easy to be amicable about that. It's so easy to be loving about that and to mourn the relationship because there were parts about it that you loved, even if you know it's not the right one, you know? So it's sad and it's going to hurt and it's natural to hurt and you should take care of yourself. You should treat it like you've just come under the weather, you've got the flu. You should do nice things for yourself, have a rest, maybe take a sick day or two off work. Just be nice to yourself right now because it's supposed to hurt when you love someone but it doesn't work out. That's normal and it's perfectly healthy. And as long as you're not resentful towards each other, I think this could be fine and you can do this in the most gentle and loving and caring way imaginable, right? But the other thing is, try not to delete anything of hers. Like, if you've got photos together and stuff, please don't impulsively just delete it all because it's painful to look at now. If you've broken up, maybe wait a few years and look back at this stuff because you're going to be in relationships for a lot of your life. It's very likely that even if you're not with someone for the rest of your life, you're going to probably spend about half your adult life at least or more in relationships. And you're going to end up deleting half of your history, half of the beautiful moments you've ever lived, if you desperately are just too sensitive to remembering exes. And the thing with exes is the pain of breaking up with them dies down eventually. So you don't need to start deleting huge swathes of your history, 3 years of your memories. If it hurts for now, maybe just save all of those images and put them away somewhere until they stop hurting, until you're ready to look back. And that might be in 10 years or 20 years, but trust me, you're going to regret deleting all of your life history from exes. You are. So just try not to delete things impulsively now, because it won't be a painful memory forever. Does anyone know the brand or style of glasses that Anita is wearing? Maury B, I appreciate you saying that because I try not to wear my glasses. I squint at everyone's words that they're saying and I desperately try to read stuff without them because I feel like it fucks up the overall aesthetic. I feel like I look silly in them and that they don't suit me. So I'm glad you like them enough to ask. I wish I knew what they were. And I also don't like the little makeup dent it creates, but let me have a look. No, it doesn't have a brand name, unfortunately. Oh, wait, is that a brand name? Oh, fuck. There's a brand name, but I can't read it without my glasses. Karen Millen. They're Karen Millen glasses. And I got them from Specsavers because that's the only place in the world I know of that sells glasses. And for no other reason than that. It's just where I got my eyes tested and I walked out like, fuck, I'm gonna actually need a pair of these. There's a good chance she bought those glasses without ever having read the brand name too. Yeah, I had no idea. I don't really read brands at all. I don't really care what brand something is. I genuinely don't. It's like, does it suit me? Does it fit me? Then we're good. So, and are you like enslaving people in some foreign country? Because if you're doing all of that kind of shit, I'm probably gonna avoid you. Even though some kids are mean. Some kids are asking for it. I almost said that and then stopped myself because I was like, no, no, they don't. Don't even joke about that. Someone in chat's definitely gonna take it seriously. But luckily, you can't imagine what you're saying, so it's easy enough for you, you fucking psycho. You have an amazing teeth. Thanks. I never really got dentistry as a kid, and I brush my teeth maybe like once a day if I remember. And I've never flossed. And the only thing I've ever had done is one of my molars was growing this way instead of this way, so I had it taken out. And I had a filling for the first ever time. I think I was like 32 or something. It was really recent, and it was my first ever filling. That's it. That's everything I've ever done. And I was listening to Coccyx say that she had candy and it chipped her tooth, and I was like, what the fuck are people's teeth made of? I know so many people who've had like treats, like sweets that have pulled a tooth out or whatever, or broken a tooth. And I'm like, how the fuck does that happen? But I will say, like, the top two things I'll recommend for good teeth are coconut mouthwash. Because, like, coconut just does something to you. Like, whenever I've had, like, stains from tea or coffee, one bout of just swishing it around for ages in my mouth, and it's gone. It's fucking gone. There are some people who do whitening about it and shit. Like, coconut mouthwash is insane. And it, like, makes your teeth, like, visibly whiter. Like, straight away. Not, like, after weeks. Like, you'll do the mouth rinse, you'll spit it out, and your teeth are just white all of a sudden. What the fuck? Or at least that's how it works for me. Oh yeah, Pete's in his little bed, being cute. Oh, you're adorable. What mouthwash are you using? Um, I wish I was charging my phone, because I'd be able to tell you, because I could just look on my Amazon wish list. But, like, in the interest of security, there's no fucking way I'm opening that on stream. Even if the scene is just looking at me, I'd be so paranoid. Not because I'm buying anything dodgy. I am. It's dick. It's dick. It's dick. It's not dick. It's fuck. It's fuck. It's fungina. It's not fungina. It's dick. It's because I don't want you to find like my address and shit. I don't want to get doxxed. I'm not buying anything dodgy, I swear. Nah, don't risk that. Yeah, not the fungina. Ain't nobody need to see that. Piss. I love you. Piss. How is this human so goddamn sensible? I don't know. Maybe it's the fact that I didn't really have adult supervision. So it felt like gaming on one life with no saves. Because I was like, I'm 6. And if I fuck this up, I will get electrocuted. And no one's going to call an ambulance or notice that I'm dead for a while. So I just got to get this right. And I think that just imprinted on me. But what earbuds are you wearing? Oh, everyone wants my everything today. Bitch. You can have deck. You can have deck. Fuck. It's the ROG. I have ROGs. So I've only got one earpiece in right now, but they're wireless. And they charge in this little box, and it just charges with like this type of USB. So like you just put it in here. I accidentally there we go. And it has 3 modes. One of them is like noise cancelling, and one of them is transparent, and then there's like semi-noise cancelling. And I use them for gaming, and they're really fucking good. And the reason why I use them specifically is because you know when some people who've been gaming for ages and their headset sits here all day and they take it off, and not only is their hair bent in, but they're starting to develop a head dent. Like the pressure from the headset is literally changing the shape of their skull. Have you seen that? But also, like, I suffered with what's it called? Hair loss. Um, and the problem with me suffering with hair loss is that you need to increase blood flow to your scalp. And I noticed that my blood flow was getting decreased to my scalp. So from the headset. So I was like, in order to help with my hair regrowth, I am going to get a non-headband, like a wireless headset, like just little earbuds. And these are amazing. And they're kind of interesting for like things like Discord and stuff, because they're the kind of headset where you can go for a wee and still hear what everyone is saying. Luckily, my mic's on the desk, so like I don't use the mic in these. I think there is one, but yeah, my mic is my desk mic, so no one hears me going for a wee, but I hear them talking. Yeah, they can keep me company, and so I like that I can just walk around my house in them and still stay in like a Discord call, for example. I like that I can go into the kitchen because there's no wire because they're cordless, and I can go make myself a cup of tea and I can hear if I get thrown into a Marvel Rivals match and dash back madly. So I'm never caught AFK because I can hear what's going on. And like it's not gonna cause a head dent. Because I was getting like headaches from the weight of like my headset. The pressure was actually like it. I would take my headset off and be like, "Ugh," right? And like sometimes my little ears, the headset would like the roundness bit, the round bit would like put pressure on the top of my ears, and that would cause an ache over the hours of streaming too. And this means without all of that achiness that it causes and all the head deformities, I can literally just after hanging out with you go and play loads of games for like 3 or 4 hours and not feel any negative effects. So I can sit and have access to a headset for like 8 hours. I think that the charge on these lasts for like 4 or 5 hours or something, because I have noticed when I do tournaments, towards the end of the tournament, I'm having to put one in the charger and like put the other in my ear and then swap them every like 10 minutes to be able to continue playing. So I do feel like that you will have to recharge them, but the best thing about that is I only need one in for a lot of the things that I'm doing. So I can just charge one while the other is in and always have a fully charged one for days where I'm going to be sat here for like 8 hours or some shit. Oh, that's handy. Exactly. But like for everyday non-tournament oriented stuff, like it lasts for the entire stream, then I put it to charge while I eat and it's ready to play games again when I come back. For as many hours as I like. So I'd say 10 out of 10 top tier. Would definitely like keep buying these. They've lasted and they don't seem to be like going kaputs anytime soon. Um, so I'll probably have them for many years to come. But if they died of me, I'd probably buy these again. I haven't yet seen something that's tickled my fancy compared to these. But they're specifically for gamers, so they're like highly responsive. They're not just any old earpieces, which is also really good. They have significantly upgraded already to a supernova model. That's good to know. So if they ever do go kaputs, I've got an upgrade waiting. Have you got an experience with anybody with borderline personality disorder? My ex has it, and I now have PTSD because of it. Where do I even begin to recover from this? I would say therapy is a really good place to recover from that, Tyler. I'm sorry you had to go through that. I know it can be really, really hard. I do think that therapy is easier to access now than ever before. You can do online sessions. You don't even have to go to a therapist in person. And there are loads of really reputable places where you can find an online therapist as well. Um, but I don't think anything I say can really help with that. It's a real struggle for people with borderline, unfortunately, and I do really, really deeply sympathize with their struggle. I do know a lot of people who have struggled with it at some point in their life, and I do know a lot of people who have had really bad relationships with someone with borderline. Because it really fucking impacts your relationships. Um, so yeah, I hope you get the help you need to help get over that because that's a tough thing to go through. But like, I also hope that your ex gets the help they need too. I've been doing it for a year. I'm not quite satisfied with the progress. Thank you for your input. I hope she gets better too. I really do. If you're not satisfied with your progress, you can change therapist. I wasn't satisfied with the first four therapists I ever got. The first therapist I ever got was when I was 13, and I had like a few after that, and I'd kind of given up on therapy, but by the time I found the one that absolutely changed my life. Just remember that each individual therapist has a different skill level, but also each one specializes in a different type of therapy. So it may not just be the therapist, it might just be the therapeutic approach that they're trained in is just not helpful for you. And it's okay to give it a switch up and try someone new. BPD, and I have it and I regret all the pain I have. My ex. Yeah, I kind of feel like with borderline personality disorder, it's very, very easy to look at some of the symptoms and just like really dislike or be angry or judgmental towards people who are going through it. But you have to remember that they didn't choose to have this condition and that it's impacting their ability to have connections and feel safe and feel appreciated and to love themselves. And there's a lot of pain and suffering that comes with BPD. And so, like, I don't think it's like the best. I don't think I like judge people with it or mad at them. We're all responsible for our own actions, but I understand that they're fighting a battle that is completely different to what the rest of us are experiencing, and it makes everything so much harder. Um, I just wish there was some resources so that people in relationships with someone with BPD can get through it easier and without getting hurt. That's all I wish for. I genuinely wish that if you had BPD, that there was some level of guidance and help and support to protect your partner to ensure that what they never feel that they never have to regret loving you. That even if you have your struggles, that they wouldn't have to impact the people that you love. But I don't think that's out there yet. I don't think we have any such solution yet. But yeah, it's 1:22 a.m. So I should probably go. I've got a workout to do. As you can see, all my weights waiting for me. But I'll be back on Wednesday. I'm going off on a little adventure tomorrow. So wish me luck. And then I'll see you on Wednesday. Yeah, it is over. I'll see you again soon though, Juice. Did you enjoy the stream? Mhm. Oh, you did, Kez? That's good. Just Kez though. Kez is the only one who had fun, seems. Bye, Ant-Man. Have a good one. I hope you all get a good night's rest. Sleep well. Bitch. Thanks, Vic. You have a good one, sweetheart. Bye, everyone. Bye bye.